of ITU and Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. It's a great collaboration between the two organizations. We had a successful and a busy day yesterday, and now we are continuing to the second day. You will hear a lot of great insights and great potential our communities have, and the great achievements the organizations like ITU, FAO, and the great partners had together. Now, to start today's session, I'm going to invite Mr. Konagat to the stage, from Mr. Konagat from ITU. Ladies and gentlemen, we have few speakers virtually joining together, and there will be few with me on the stage. We are talking about the power of technology, and that's what ITU has been working for the last many years. The power of technology is to unleash the tremendous potential of the communities. ITU's initiative of smart villages and smart island is to transform remote villages into smart villages. ITU's and United Nations, other organizations, the great achievement is to bring unconnected to the connected world, to change conventional islands to smart islands, to transform conventional villages into smart villages. With that, I start today's session, and I will invite one of our participants who will join virtually, Mr. John Jack. Mr. John, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us, Mr. John?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent, that's fantastic. So the floor is yours. You can start your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do I need to turn on my my camera or not? Because right now I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it.
Can you share your content, so John?
Yes, I can share it here.
Yeah, so you can start, share your content.
All right. All right then. So I don't need to put my video on, so that's very good. So you won't see me, which is really good. So thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me this opportunity for me to present in the Digital Agriculture Solutions Forum 2023 for Asia and the Pacific. Thank you to FAO and thank you to ITU for giving me and especially Vanuatu for this opportunity to present. I also say sorry because I have to ask for an amendment to the order of presentation because I need to catch my flight back to Brisbane and back to Vanuatu today. So I don't want to miss my flight. So therefore, I will be very fast in my presentation. And I think in this presentation, I have only two very important, 2 or 3 important slides, which I will want to take a bit of time on them. But otherwise, I will go through my presentation very quickly. So just received a message that I can turn on my video now. So let me try. Turn on the video. Oh, still I can't. Still I cannot turn on my video. It's still say that only the
Oh, the video is not playing, you said?
yes, I cannot turn on my camera. Yes, I cannot start the video. It says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. So
right. Just give us a few seconds. We'll play it from this end. It's all right.
John, you can continue with presentation. It's the camera will, presentation is working. Maybe you can continue with presentation. We'll get
okay. No problem. Oh, where is the presentation again? Oh my goodness, this is.
Are you able to move your presentation from your end?
Kind of lost something here. Sorry, just one moment.
We can see the slide, the main slide on the screen here in the room.
Yes, but I cannot see it from my desktop, so that's why I'm trying to find ways to
Okay, thank you.
bring up the. Sorry, just one moment. Oh, what's happening? Sorry, can I stop the share and then start sharing it again? Sorry, just this technology. Anyway, PowerPoint. So I think it's this one.
Don't worry, that's part of the transformation journey. We have to work through this technology and make things work from the remote areas, from thousands of kilometers.
Yeah.
So
okay, so
sort it out.
Okay, so it's moving now, right? You can see my second slide. So this is just the author of my presentation. I will be giving just a quick background, and then it is important that whenever we're doing these projects, we need to align to the national policies and strategies so that we work together as a government. And also, I will take you through a few implementation partners, and then I will say some of the progress, and then that's where the two slides come in. So on the background, I mean, Google Map, the internet is so fast now, we don't have to say where we're from. But I guess just to mention that Vanuatu has a population of just 300,000 plus, based on the statistics from the latest census that we had. However, the population is growing. If you're thinking of traveling to Vanuatu sometimes, there are flights from Sydney, Fiji, New Caledonia, Auckland, and of course from Solomon Islands as well. The weather in Vanuatu is tropical throughout the year, so like many other Pacific Island countries. So there you go. That's where Vanuatu is in the yellow. There's the yellow lines around Vanuatu. Where Smart Island is, the Smart Island program, thank you to ITU and Department of Infrastructure, Transport and Rural Development of Australia. Thank you for the support that they've given, and thank you for choosing Vanuatu as a pilot site for Smart Islands program. So Smart Islands program in Vanuatu, the pilot site is in Malakula, one of the islands, the second biggest island in Vanuatu, and it is in the southern part of the island of Malakula. So on the slides there, and the island of Malakula, you can see the red line right at the bottom there. On that part of the island, it's a night trip by boat over from Port Vila. The flight to that area from Port Vila will be around 45 minutes on a twin otter aircraft. However, the challenge is when you landed on the airport, which is close to that area, which is Lamap, or even on the other side, on the western side, the cost of coming over to the area of Smart Island, it will cost you around $150 on a trip one way. Because there is no road that you can travel by vehicle across to the villages that are along the red line there. So you have to travel via a banana boat. So the challenges that we have at South Malakula is there's high transport cost for travel from point A to point B. If you want to access services like banking services, you have to travel by boat. So just think about it. You are going to withdraw an amount of funds from your bank account, say $100. Still, you have to pay $150 by boat. So the cost of transport itself, will kill anyone that is traveling. And we've been doing this for the last 43 years. That's what we've been doing. Unreliable power is, well, that's actually thanks to the technology today. Now we can have access to solar, yet the cost of solar panels is still expensive. Now, one thing I would like to stress here is the lack of skills and market and sell of agricultural products. Although we identified that there's lack of skills to sell the products, but again, because we don't have access to markets, therefore we always think that we have enough products that we can take them to market. So in the last slide that I will talk about today, I will give you a bit of what we now realize that, okay, if we are going to go ahead with what we are planning to have, it seems like the quantity of production of agricultural products into value-added products will be a challenge to us. Because right now, because of the high transportation costs, the unreliable power, low digital literacy, and all these other challenges, it makes us think that like currently now we have enough. But from last week, or even from just this week, from Monday and Tuesday, we come to realize that no, we need to do something about this. We need to do something about this because of the transformation that has happened when we introduce ICT, when we introduce Smart Island, when people have access to information, and now they have the power to be able to be innovative and come up with new economic activities. So just briefly, what we did during for Smart Island is we go out, we did the assessment, thanks to ITU for funding all this, with the funding support provided by the Australian government. So we come up with priority needs that the community wants us to address through Smart Island. So we have reliable and quality telecommunications network is number one. Apart from all other priority needs that was identified, number one of them is reliable and quality telecommunications network coverage. Second to that is digital literacy. Of course, we need that so that they should be able to use the services that are online. And then number three to that is the sales and marketing of resources and the skills. So, and then the list goes on up to number 10. So I will not run through all of them. I think those are the important ones that I want to address today. So as I said earlier on, the important thing is for us to be able to align these priority needs that we identified in South Malakula to the national priorities, to the national strategy, the policies of the government. So in Vanuatu, we have the National Sustainable Development Plan, which is the contextualized version of the Sustainable Development Plan, the SDG goals. So we have in the society pillar, we have in the environment pillar, and we have in the economy pillar. So when we do the alignment, we color code the priorities that we've identified earlier on. So we have reliable and quality telecommunications network coverage, sales and marketing resources, and skills are listed under the economic pillar, which you will see from here. And then the rest goes on. So now the important thing is we've identified the priority, we've aligned it to the national policies and strategies of the government, but we need to identify the implementation partners, the partners that would help us in order to be able us to implement some of the priority needs that we've identified. So in the reliable and quality telecommunications network, we identified that we need to work closely with the operators. We need to work closely with the telecom regulators, and for sales, of marketing and sales of resources, we need to work closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Trade, and also the training institutes like the Vanuatu Agriculture College. And also we need our Vanuatu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They need to come close to us and we need to work closely with them, in partnership with them. And also we need our Vanuatu Skills Partnership to be able to help run trainings, workshops, and continue to disseminate information about how we can improve in terms of marketing of our products and looking at developing markets for our products. So for the others, we did the same thing, improve education. We need to improve health environment. We need to make sure that there's clean water and sanitation, because all these work together. If we want to build our agriculture ecosystem, we need all this to work in order for our agriculture sector to be able to become effective and also produce what we want to see happen in South Malakula. And so the progress so far is with reliable and quality telecommunications. We sort of say we are achieving our targets because we have the regulator who comes in to support us with broadband connectivity by providing VSATs to us. And you will see from the presentation here, the regulator has tendered out the construction of a tower in South Malakula, and the tower will be an infrastructure sharing tower where it will be a universal access application for the operators to come and put their antennas using the tower and then rent the tower to the Smart Island program. So that we are kind of like we are achieving what we want to see happen. And in terms of digital literacy and skills, we are addressing that. So far, we've trained up to over 2,000 people, and those 2,000 people are not just children in school. We include all the youths, the children in the school, the students, and also train adults. So you will see from the presentation these are people being shown how to install a police clearance certification mobile app on the mobile phone, and also showing them how to use our National Bank of Vanuatu EC Mobile on how to make payments online. Now, power, as we've identified, we need power. So through our office, we established a memorandum of understanding with our Department of Energy, and we've get the support from the government through the Department of Energy to install solar grid power systems in the area of Smart Islands in Vanuatu. They are now working on launching the construction of the sites, and we should be able to have that very soon. If not this year, they're saying that they will be launching it in 2025. Now, importantly, when we get the tower up, of course, we will see increased use of the service, and this will be based on the discussions that happened this week in Port Vila during the e-commerce symposium. We will see an increase in terms of selling of value-added products from South Malakula Smart Island site. And also we've improved education environment, and thanks to UNOPs and under the SDG fund and and other partners. Of course, we still welcome partners to help us in terms of improving the education environment for our kids. And so here we are now piloting a bridging course for students when they leave year 10, and that has already started with 8 students currently enrolled. We have a PhD student from the National University living in Vanuatu and doing his research, doing a research. And also thanks to our UN partners, and they will be equipping our South Malakula Secondary School with tablets and laptops. And the South Malakula Secondary School have allocated us a building where we will use as a center of excellence for training. And let me stress this point to say that the Center of Excellence of Training will be used to train our people in terms of using ICT, but it's not just ICT, because Smart Island is not just about ICT. It's about the use of digital technology to improve their lives. And so that thing about improving lives is about building ecosystems. So we have agriculture, we have fisheries, we have forestry, we have health, we have all these the sectors that can use the Center of Excellence for training people to be able to access the services that will be offered for building, improving the lives of people in our rural communities. I was saying that this is one of the big achievements that we had through Smart Islands is when we start working with the doctors at the rural community, where farmers come in to seek medical service, and because of lack of getting medical supplies to the health centers, and then we identified that, well, the doctors now, they have communications here in South Malakula, but they cannot talk to the doctors that are living in our National Referral Hospital in Port Vila. And then we came to find out that then what exactly is wrong? What exactly is wrong? That's why they cannot communicate with them. We went to the hospital, then we find out that inside the hospital rooms, inside the hospital area, there is no coverage of broadband connectivity, no 4G, no 3G. So they cannot call them using WhatsApp. They cannot call them using Messenger. They cannot call them using email. So what we are doing at the hospital now is we are getting the mobile network operators to come and install the antennas and improving coverage at the Villa Central Hospital. Okay, now back to the story. This is where we've come to identify that we need to increase production in terms of our agricultural products. We have in Vanuatu, kava is the popular traditional drink in Vanuatu, and people have been planting kava since way back. We have bananas, we have yams, we have cassava, we have taro. So, like I said earlier on when during my introduction, that we thought we have enough. We thought we have enough to supply the market. Yes, we do have enough now to supply the market in Port Vila, where we are sending all this in the raw stages to Port Vila. However, we are having challenge in terms of the shipping. The quality of these products when they arrive in Vila, they are just, you cannot sell them. If you're lucky, you can sell them. But if you're not lucky, sorry, but it's just a loss for you in terms of the cost of transport in transporting these shipments to Port Vila. Therefore, with the Smart Island, through access to information, through digital technology and connectivity, the people in South Malakula were able to go to YouTube, go to internet, access YouTube, and see videos on how they produce kava. So how they produce, they turn the the agricultural product into a value added one. So with there's a researcher in Vanuatu who was doing kava production into kava powder production and then publishing videos. So this particular farmer, who is also a school teacher, came to realize that he can also do this. So what he did was, by using the connectivity that was provided to him, access emails, send out emails, and he was able to talk to the researcher and then come to identify that, okay, there are equipments or there are tools that I can use. So he found his own way to travel to Port Vila, have access to the tools that are available in the shops, but because he has a little bit of capital, with his employment as being a teacher, he was able to purchase one of these grinders to take back with him and produce kava powder. And when he see that, okay, now I can do this with kava powder, I can also do this with cassava. So it did the same thing. And then similarly, it did the same thing with turmeric. And of course, coconut oil there's a lot of videos on YouTube where there's a lot of production of coconut oils. So these are the products that were taken from South Malakula to Port Vila on Monday this week and were displayed at the Economic Symposium in Port Vila. So during the discussions at the Economic Symposium, at the e-commerce symposium, it attracts attention from all across the sectors. And students were into the booths and everybody were asking questions. How did you guys come up with these products? Now, the challenging thing here is, I haven't shared this with Ashish or anyone yet. The challenging thing is our Department of Trades, they were having their own initiatives as well. And they have secure funding from EDF 11, EDF 12, and putting in a lot of funding to some of their initiatives for them to come up with the same kind of products like this. So see how much the funds were used to developing these similar products, whereas these same products were developed by someone without any funds being given to him by the national government. But it's only through his own initiative because he sees the potential in him that he can do this. And so now the request is to produce more. Therefore, the challenge is, do we have enough raw products to be able to produce more value-added products like what we have here? Because the advantage is, number one, the transportation cost to ship these products, the value-added products from South Malakula to Port Vila is now more cheaper because you'll be transporting a bigger quantity, which you are sure that when it arrives in Port Vila, you will still have the same quality. And therefore, we need automation. We need innovative farming techniques to help us to be able to increase our production in terms of our raw products. And also, very important, South Malakula, we are in a tropical weather, we have lots of rain, we have lots of flooding, we have lots of cyclones every year, from November to April of every year. Therefore, we need to be smart in terms of agriculture so that we can produce a lot and be smart. Just to give currently that, yes, we have a structure of a governance structure within the government in terms of smart islands. So we have Smart Island Program Office that sits within the Digital Transformation Division under the Department of Communications and Digital Transformation within the Prime Minister's Office. And we've established a cross-sectoral coordination committee. So members of the cross-sectoral coordination committee are from all sectors, agriculture included, fisheries and forestry, they're all included in there. And then we have a local coordination committee on the ground to continue to talk to people and encourage them to participate in Smart Islands. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And if there's any other questions, I will be able to answer them. But again, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I hope that I have not taken too much of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John. You were able to participate despite your busy schedule traveling between different places. So you rightly mentioned it's all about the use of technology to improve lives. That matters. And yeah, it was a great presentation and insight regarding the smart islands driving agriculture in remote islands. Now, without wasting time and going through the question answer at this stage, we move quickly to the next presentation. And I request in advance to all the presenters that please stick to the time, so 7 to 8 minutes, because that will give opportunity to others to provide their insights. And if time allows, we can go through question answers also. But if you take too long during the presentation, then we won't have enough time towards the end. Now I invite another virtual presentation and virtual participant, Mr. Joseph, who will talk about narrowing the gender gap and gender divide in digital agri-food systems in the Pacific. Mr. Joseph, are you online? Are you with us?
Thank you, sir. Can you confirm that you can hear me? Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. So I will do a very quick presentation, and I will talk about FAO's attempt in the Pacific to narrow, to improve gender and food security by using the power of digitalization. So let's go to the next slide quickly. So for this, I will use a case study based on a project that we are implementing currently. And the title of the project is Leveraging the Digital Village Initiative and the SEAS Solutions Platform to narrow the gender divide in digital agri-food systems and rural development for nutrition and food security. So as you can see on the map there, and the project covers 8 countries. There's Palau, the Federated States of Micronesia, Republic of Marshall Islands, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Fiji, Tonga, and Samoa. Let's go to the next slide, please. All right. So first of all, let me just give you a quick snapshot of the challenges in the Pacific. The Pacific region relies heavily on small, undiversified economies that are highly vulnerable to global economic shocks, making it essential to diversify agriculture production and enhance food security. COVID-19 situation that you all know about didn't help this region. The same, the situation of the war in Ukraine, despite the distance from the Pacific, was felt here. The Pacific geographical location, limited low-lying landmass, and small populations pose unique challenges for agricultural development. Pacific countries rely heavily on food imports, and there is also, which means high dependence on global food chains. And this means that they are highly vulnerable to volatility. But also there's limited digital infrastructure. Skills and services hinder the adoption of digital technologies in agri-food systems. Non-communicable diseases, many of you might have heard, it's very high here. In fact, about 70% of the total deaths in each of these countries is attributed to non-communicable diseases. And part of the underlying causes are unhealthy diets and physical inactivity. Low digitalization adoption within governments, especially for agri-food systems. So let's move to the next slide, please. So we are piloting a project, and it's a small project, but it covers 8 countries that I listed earlier. And we are hoping that by 2024, as a result of this project, we can create 8 digital villages. But this is not something that we do in isolation. It's in partnership with ITU and the government, but of course, other community groups. So the goal here is by the end to establish 8 digital villages in these countries. And then digital innovations can be a powerful catalyst, especially in the post-COVID-19 era, by providing local farmers with improved access to knowledge, technology, and entrepreneurial skills. This digital solution aims to enhance the capacity of small and medium skills producers to develop trade and trade high-value additional products. So basically, this is the idea that the project tries to promote. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So on this project, I'm going to share with you 2 case studies, and one is in Fiji. So in Fiji, we discover a school, and in that school, what we try to do is to work with students to promote vegetable gardening, but also what can be catalytic in terms of this vegetable production activity is by injecting the power of technology. So kids are already involved in vegetable production, but we want to get them more involved and more excited. So we are of the assumption that if we inject the power of digitalization, the activity can be more exciting, and the possibility, the potential for it to be replicated can also be very high. So we are working with the school, and we are hoping to bring a lot of technology, for example, that can allow the kids to recall what they are doing, bring the information to the community, and share the information with colleagues from other schools. Next slide, please. So the project itself, we refer to as 3F, Feed the Future for Healthy Food. The 3F, Feed the Future for Healthy Food demonstrates a case study for successfully implementing a climate-resilient school gardening initiative. The initiative engages students with an equal gender ratio in participation. The school garden in a village called Nassau became a model of successful implementation, demonstrating how such initiatives can promote sustainable agriculture and food security. The success of this project so far has made it an ideal model school to replicate this initiative in the country, but also with other countries. Next slide, please. The smart knowledge sharing platform is being designed with the following objectives: to encourage nationwide replication of the school gardening initiative, taking inspiration from this school; showcase innovative methods to engage students in agricultural activities and education; share students' farming experiences in an interactive and story-driven format to inspire others; provide an interactive and engaging way of learning about agriculture and nutrition; foster increased community participation in similar initiatives to promote food security and sustainability. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to also share with you a second case study here, and it's on Samoa. So here we are looking at improving fishery-based livelihoods and land-based agricultural productivity by protecting and empowering women and youth. So this serves as a vital case study for improving fishery-based livelihoods and land-based agricultural production by protecting and empowering youth and women. Working with a community of over 600 people with 30 boats on an island regularly disconnected from all major services. Our project wants to overcome the tyranny of distance and the dangers of fishery-based livelihoods by empowering women to manage money remotely, investing in vital safety equipment, to protect young people when they go fishing, distributing high quality planting materials and seeds, and developing a number of short, shareable education-based videos to promote ongoing and lifelong learning. Next slide, please. So with this project, one of the components that are safety, efficiency, and digital literacy. Those are the three key things that we are trying to do. So increasing the safety of young divers for more productive fisheries-based livelihoods, empowering women in mobile businesses, business management to cover, the challenges of distance, being away from major markets, increasing land-based agriculture production, and accessing digital information. So these are the three things we are trying to do on an island that is a few kilometers away from Upolu, which is a major island in Samoa. Next slide, please. So I'm trying to be time efficient here. So I will conclude my sharing here by quickly articulating a few takeaways that characterize our experience. These case studies presented that I'm sharing with you here provide good examples of the steps needed to reach sustainable and gender-inclusive agricultural development in a couple of countries, as may be replicable. We also noted as collaboration, community engagement, and knowledge sharing are the cornerstones of our commitment to narrowing the gender divide in digital agri-food systems. And the last point as a takeaway that I will share is that by leveraging digital solutions and innovative initiatives, we aim to create more resilient and full secure future for the region. So thank you, colleagues. I chose to be very brief because I know probably we are behind time. But this is the kind of case study that is a snapshot of what we are trying to do as FAO in collaboration with ITU and governments in advancing the Digital Village Initiative or the digitalization of agri-food systems in the Pacific. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for the great presentation, but sticking to the time and providing the quality brief and information within the specified time. It's good to know how technology is transforming the world and how you have been able to make a difference in people's life and reducing the gender gap. The next presentation is from Mr. Kanagat from the ITU. I heard some interesting stories from him. The last 2 days we were together. So I want you all listen to what he has to talk about, the strategic approach to the digitalization of agriculture value chain in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Kanagat.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let us start. Can we share the presentation? Thank you. This is a project, big program, so-called the European Union Fund support to trade and rural entrepreneurs in Papua New Guinea. There are 5 agencies, UN agencies are implementing this program. The leading agency is FAO, ILO, UNDP, UNCDF, and ITU. We are here to present only one part of this EU Trade program, which is digital agriculture solutions. So in this content we have just brief information about the EU Trade in PNG. PNG is Papua New Guinea. Introduction, partners, program integration, achievements, knowledge, and digital agriculture solutions that we are working with. Baseline policy frameworks, digital agricultural services, connectivity skills, and financial inclusion. So this program called Support to Rural Entrepreneurship, Investment and Trade in Papua New Guinea. This is 5 years program. So as I explained, there are 5 UN agencies. Here in PNG, we have 2 provinces, East Sepik and West Sepik. There is a big river, so-called Sepik. It's a very beautiful place. I call this place a piece of paradise. So objective is to increase sustainable and inclusive economic development of the rural areas. We have 2 main outputs. The first one is increasing the economic returns on and opportunities from 3 value chain. The main one is cocoa, vanilla, and fisheries. The second one is to strengthening and improving the efficiency of value chain for the enablers for all these farmers and entrepreneurs. We have components. First component is related to sustainable value chain development. The second one is climate resilience and efficiency for this value chain. Cocoa, vanilla, fishery, and enabling the environment for the 3 value chain. So who is doing what? The first, second, third. First component is fully working, implemented by FAO, and component 2 are all 5 UN agencies. So here we have component 2, value chain, enabling policies, that we are 4 agencies, value chain enabling support services, which are FAO, UNCDF, and ITU. Renewable energy is working FAO and UNDP. ILO is working the constructing the roads. What kind of integration we have? All these 5 UN agencies, we are working in the same family. We have some integrations. Relevant to today's topic is FAO and ITU is jointly implementing the integrated management information systems for cocoa, vanilla, and fisheries. We are developing these 3 databases and enhancing the digital skills of small, medium enterprises, including the farmers, youth, persons with disabilities, women, etc. Empowering with the medium and small enterprises with digital and financial opportunities. Establishing the e-marketplace and e-commerce activities. These are the main our tasks related to today's topic. And right up to now, with other UN agencies like UNCDF, established financial access points. There are thousands of access points, opened bank accounts, and with UNDP supplied renewable energy, which is solar power. As my previous 2 colleagues presented, in PNG, there is also power is a big issue. So ILO is rehabilitating the transport infrastructure. They are doing big job. So this is the map of East and West Sepik. On the right side is East Sepik. On the left side, it is the West Sepik. Area you see the 79,000 kilometer squares. Here are the cocoa, vanilla, and fishery groups that already engaged. They are working with the EU Trade Program. Transport, these are the roads that ILO is constructing. Solar facilities. These are the financial access points. And we have more than 10. We have 11 resource centers, which is in 6 in East Sepik and 5 in West Sepik. These are the key achievements up to June. You can see the numbers, and all these numbers are available on the website in our main social media web channels. And we have a knowledge platform. It is also online available. Anyone who has access to internet, you can see what we are doing, what EU Trade is doing. All these numbers already done, implemented, and this is only the halfway. Links to EU Straight PNG to FAO. We have hand-in-hand events, Digital Village Initiative, and One Country, One Priority, these kind of projects, which are all relevant to the program, which we already established resource centers and bank access points, and this kind of value chain support events. The second part is digital agricultural solutions that we are working with FAO, ITU and FAO. We have three main components: upgraded policy frameworks, digital agriculture services, digital connectivity, and skills. Baseline based on 2020, 60% of population don't have access to any IT services. Up to now, maybe it is 50, but it's not clear. And 9% of population use mobile financial service, which is very low. And 70% of the rural population has no access to power. There is no power. So EU State program with our partners, PNG government, we are working on to connect all these connections. This is the map for East and West SEPIC. You can see the 4G coverage where the people are more crowded. And 4G coverage, these towers are installed, and they are working only in towns. In highlands, in inland, there's no connection. But it is good that we have a good connection especially in towns. The first component, policy frameworks that we already developed, agriculture strategies for East and West SEPIC already developed and officially accepted and approved, and we are working on implementing the action plan. ITU developed the mobile quality of service framework for our main partner, National ICT Authority, which is approved, and nowadays we are working on implementing this quality of service framework. And baseline survey for ICT assessment conducted. This is one of the photos that we are conducting the trainings in resource centers. Digital agricultural services. In collaboration with FAO, of course, the development of integrated management information systems for three value chain, which is cocoa, vanilla, and fishery, National Fishery Authority. All these MIS are accompanied by mobile applications and integrated with G-Cloud and GovStack principles. There is a high need to access the marketplace, including the e-marketplace. E-marketplace access, we are developed already trainings on e-commerce and conducted the trainings, and regularly in monthly basis, we are conducting the online marketing and e-commerce trainings for farmers and SMEs in established those. Right now we have 6 resource centers, and we are planning to establish more 4. Of course, these access to e-marketplace platforms are working. We are implementing with FAO and UNCDF. One of the success applications that we established, we are supporting and facilitating is AMAMAS, which is RIMES-based AMAMAS agrometeorology services for SEPICs, which is already implementing. Digital connectivity and skills. If we are talking about in developing countries from 4G to 5G, but in PNG where we can tell about connecting from 0 to, I don't know, 2G, 3G, 4G, depending on the location. Development of LMS platform, learning management system, which is in process. We are working with our main partner, University of Technology. This LMS platform will be developed and then hosted, hand over to Unitech. We have resource centers where we are already started to campaign so-called digital champions. Among those participants, those farmers, they are teaching they are conducting other farmers in digital skills. Established 6 resource centers and in key locations, 3 in East Sepik, 3 in West Sepik, which are functionable, and we are working on to make sure in terms of sustainability. And 4 are in process, and we will try our best to establish till the end of this year. Yeah, we are supporting those resource centers in terms of conducting trainings, various trainings. We just made it very simple and basic, divided into 3-4 levels: digital skills, basic, intermediate, and e-commerce. And of course, including this financial literacy. Recently, we conducted Cisco Academy-based TOT. Totally, we already conducted participants 338, which 240 are male, female are 98. In these, all these participants are from 3 value chain farmers. Youstrade program has strong synergies with 3 important ongoing ITU programs in PNG, which is first one is digital government and GovStack, smart villages and smart islands, which will be integrated, and digital transformation center, which we are working with the PNG University of Technology. With other financial inclusion, digital and financial inclusion, we Youstrade with the main player is UNCDF, worked as a team, established more than 200 access points in 10 districts, which means 5 each in East Sepik 5 districts, in West Sepik 5 districts. And more than 100,000 people, they opened their bank accounts in using this financial inclusion. Briefly, that's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Kanagat. Fantastic presentation. Again, finishing on time. What I observed, you not only mentioned the digital innovation, but the power of partnership. And the power of partnership is very important because that's what ITU and FAO and other organizations work with. They engage a lot of partners. So engaging ILO, UNDP, FAO, and then the private partners like Cisco. That was a fantastic, I would say, a fantastic model of public-private partnerships. Yesterday, I was talking about the model in Pakistan, about smart villages, and I forgot to mention, we also had the public-private partnership, and we had ITU partnering with Huawei, which is a company, well-known company, working globally. And in case of Smart Village in Pakistan, they also contributed financially as well as through their human resource. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Kanagat. I wish we had more time to go through question and answer. We will see towards the end if we could. Otherwise, we just flow down to the next presenter. And that's again a virtual participant, Ms. Tamara Nicodine, who is the regional coordinator, Asia Pacific Islands for IFAD. And the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, is doing a fantastic job. And Ms. Tamara will talk about the IFAD program in Fiji Islands. Ms. Tamara, can you hear us?
Yeah, you can hear me. Maybe you can turn on the video.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, and we'll
Okay.
see if the video can be started here. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, so first of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting us today. It is very important for us to discuss the immensely vital and transformative topic of digital agriculture and its increasingly important role in IFAD's Pacific portfolio. As you might know, IFAD's strategic framework recognizes the centrality of ICT in promoting food security and sustainable, inclusive rural transformation. For this, we have a strategy on ICT 4D, which was approved by our executive board in December 2009, impact by 2030. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Maybe next slide. Yeah. For more than 4 decades, we have been present in the Pacific region, supporting the Pacific small island development states and assisting communities in promoting resilience and improving livelihoods, supporting the region's most vulnerable communities affected by the triple burden of malnutrition, as well as climate change and natural disasters. Previous slide, please. To date, IFAD has invested $420 million, of which $130 million financed through its program of loans and grants. Yeah, stay on this slide, please. Our Pacific operations are increasingly mainstreaming ICT 4D, and some examples are provided in this slide. So, for instance, in 2018, a Pacific Agri-Hack competition was rolled out, aimed at fostering innovation among ICT and agriculture entrepreneurs. We also launched a crowdsourcing market price as part of a wider COVID-19 impact assessment in 2020, aimed at better tailoring food, medicines, and seed distribution during the COVID pandemic. We also adopted simple ICT tools such as Excel, supporting the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in Solomon Islands during the government led food distribution efforts in the midst of the pandemic lockdown in 2022. Last year in 2022, in partnership with Australia, IFAD's COVID-19 response, the Pacific Island Rural Agriculture Stimulus Facility, we've supported fostering of ICT innovations in Solomon Islands, scouting for digital solutions, bridging the divide between smallholder farmers and markets, and promoting e-commerce. Currently, we're working closely with the National Statistics Department of Tonga to optimize nationally available and owned databases with the aim of supporting timely evidence-based decision-making around food security and nutrition. Next slide, please. Yeah, in 2018, we supported the EU and the IFAD funded promoting nutrition food systems in the Pacific Islands, scouted through an Agri-Hack lab, scouted 2 very innovative applications in digital agriculture. So you need to know that Traceable was not Traceable and Mycana. Traceable prior to this event was not really operating in the agricultural sector, but saw the opportunity of deploying ICT tools to develop the Traceable platform and traceability system for the agribusiness sector. The Traceable app, innovative concept, was among the winning solutions, giving its practical deployment in the midst of COVID, when the digital platform was able to inform an ongoing food security program complemented by a seed distribution process. It has been scouted through the IFAD and EU-funded initiative. The hackathon played a catalytic role in enabling Traceable's digital platforms to serve the government of Fiji currently and the Ministry of Agriculture. Today, Traceable serves as an important farmers database with more than 90,000 registered farmers in Fiji. The second winning solution was MyCana app, which supports dietary diversity and nutrition and facilitates home garden knowledge transfer to people. During the pandemic, the app increased its popularity in Fiji, where home gardening became a crucial source of livelihoods. More than 5,000 downloads were recorded in early 2021, and at least 200 home gardens were established with the support of notions shared through MyCana app. Next slide, please. So here you find some of the main features of the winning AgriHack event in 2018. And you see some of the main components, linking also farmers to markets. Back in 2020, 11,000 farmers registered to the Traceable app. And then with MyCana app, the main components on nutrition and home gardens. Next slide, please. Having identified Traceable as, it's the importance of digital platforms, Traceable also served for IFAD to support the Pacific governments of Fiji, Samoa, and Solomon Islands in the midst of the Pacific of the pandemic and lockdowns, when a pilot crowdsourcing of market prices was undertaken across 21 markets, collecting 30,000 market prices data points in less than 1 month. The rapid assessment then allowed to complement food availability and affordability data. Next slide, please. So in the next slide, we will see some of the main features of the MyCana app, providing some nutritional analysis to its users, some home garden tips and planting guides, or home remedies for some homemade pesticides. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So sometimes when we talk about ICT 4D, we're not always having to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes it's also the simple, previous slide, please. It's the simple application of tools such as Excel that was deployed, previous slide, please. That was deployed in Solomon Islands by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock under the Deliver program, which is supported by IFAD and Korea. Previous slide, please. And in response to the pandemic, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock activated emergency food relief efforts. The problem was that they didn't have a household census for Honiara. Next, previous slide, please. The one before. Two before, please. The one before that, please. Yeah, so in Solomon Islands, there was a need to distribute food, but unfortunately there was no census. So in less than 2 months, a database of 40,000 households was deployed. In the future, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock will use the data to gauge the need for future food distributions, and working with the National Statistics Office, Honiara City Council, the government aims to strengthen the data and verify it against partners' databases. What have we learned from the Solomon Islands example founded by IFAD and Korea? The crisis laid bare the needs for lasting relevant skills that are crucial for decision-making and impact. As emergencies become more frequent and complex, robust data and processes are essential in order to react quickly and effectively. 2 slides from now, second last, and I go to Tonga, please. We're having some trouble with the slides. Yeah, another one, and yeah, this one is the last one. Stay here, please. The Kingdom of Tonga faces two unique challenges: low access to affordable, nutritious, locally grown and harvested food, and a high propensity for non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, affordability, utilization, and stability. Key decision makers and agri-value chain stakeholders need to have up-to-date insights into information at national and subnational level to ensure continuous food security for their citizens. It is in this spirit that IFAD, in collaboration with Korea and the Department of Statistics of Tonga, are working on developing the Tonga Food Security Dashboard. It is designed to support timely decision-making by key government stakeholders to respond to emerging food security and nutrition challenges using data that is already collected on a regular basis by national stakeholders. For any questions, you can contact us. And it's thank you so much for inviting us at the event.
Thank you, Ms. Samara. Again, another very well formatted presentation. And the innovation you mentioned about the Fiji Islands. At this stage, I don't see there will be time for question and answers. I wish we had enough time. I would like to wrap up this session before some of you may want some coffee. I believe all of you would like to have it. So was a great session. We had speakers. Thank you to our speakers, Mr. John, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Kanagat, and Ms. Tamara. It's worth mentioning that these are great initiatives from ITU of Smart Village and Smart Island, but also it's worth mentioning the Food and Agriculture Organization's Digital Village Initiative, the DVI. So thanks to FAO for not only collaborating with ITU for this session, but the DVI initiative that promotes digital innovation to support inclusive, gender sustainable, gender sensitive, rural development and sustainable agri-food transformation. That's another great initiative. You will hear a lot in the next sessions also, but you can go on the website, which yesterday Mr. Aziz were rightly mentioning about how you browse through the website. It will be good if you go through all that and understand the power of technology and the meaningful use of technology for the great initiatives and making difference in people's lives. With that, I wrap up this session and I hand over the floor to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please do not. Okay, so we only have 5-minute break, so I think we are going to start on time at 10:30. We have an outstanding panel of young entrepreneur, co-founders of various startup companies from 5 countries from our region. You will hear their individual stories and their success in the next an hour and a half. So to manage time correctly, please be here on time. We're going to start at 10:30. If you go and get your coffee, make sure you bring it as soon as you can, and then settle down. We're going to start sharply at 10:30. Thank you very much. The next team is ready to go, and I'm looking forward to the next session. Thank you. Can we have the forum banner in first, please? The forum banner, the forum title on the screen. And we are going to start in 1 minute. Okay, we have almost all of the panelists except Mohammed. Mohammed Bukhari. Can someone bring him? I think he was with us. Mohammed Bukhari, if you can hear me, please come to the stage. We are about to, here's Mohammed Bukhari. Okay, thank you. Please come. Okay, we are about to start. So I'll hand over to the moderator. Photographer. Okay. Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're recharged and motivated after this very short coffee break. This is a special session very dear to my heart because unless unlike the other sessions that we have yesterday, the focus is not just on the innovations per se, but we would like to get to know more the innovators, the persons that are behind digital agriculture innovations that are changing the way agri-food systems operate in the region and that are looking to develop successful solutions for making the lives of farmers and consumers in the region better and easier. So in this session, as you can see, we have brought together young women and men, co-founders of agri-tech startups from different countries across Asia and the Pacific. And we will ask them to share with us their life journeys, the stories, or their specific agri-tech operations, and what plans they have for future improvements. So they will all making their own presentations in which they will seek to address common questions. How and why they started their businesses, what helped them getting started, and what they found are critical initial support conditions, but also what were the challenges that they faced at the beginning, the challenges they're facing now, and the lessons they learn as they run their agri-tech enterprises. So please join me in welcoming with a round of applause our 5 speakers today for this session. So we will have Ms. Sumaya Musinin, co-founder of Desi Pharma in Bangladesh, followed by Jeshen, CEO Salafis in China. Then Muhammad Bukhari, co-founder of Farmdarm, Pakistan, followed by Ms. Utari Octavianti, co-founder of Aruna in Indonesia, and last but not least, Mr. Puvin Konsawat, CEO and co-founder of Easy Rise Digital Technology Thailand. So now, without further ado, let us start with Bangladesh. We're very happy to welcome Ms. Sumaya Musinin, the co-founder of Desi Pharma in Bangladesh. She's a serial entrepreneur that has been building profitable businesses for over 2 decades in a variety of sectors, so be the garment industry, mobile banking, and food and beverages distribution. But now she's working full-time in agri-tech, leading Desi Farmer, an agribusiness platform that provides end-to-end solutions to value chain actors. So, Ms. Musini, now the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes to tell your story and tell us where Desi Pharma is at this point. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, everyone, the organizers, FAO, ITU, Aziz, Eva, everyone, thank you very much for inviting us and know our journey. It was quite a hard and fascinating as well, the journey. We are Deshi Farmer. We are actually a multi-agri stakeholder platform. We provide end-to-end services to farmers through technology, data partnership, and our own last mile network. Basically, we call it phygital, not thoroughly digital. So how it started? Basically, as already Eva mentioned, my career started with ready-made garments sector. So there, when in 80s, the garments revolution started in Bangladesh, my dad started the project. And back then it was really weak and it didn't have much of infrastructure or anything. From there, it became one of the biggest economy of Bangladesh. I joined when I was in university, I joined my dad and saw that from where this sector came to right now, what they're doing and how the progress happened. From there, it always worked on me that I want to do business for profit, but I want impact as well. It was always clear to me that I want business with impacts. So anyway, after that, basically, Deshi Pharma started in 2018 with my co-founder when he was a student, and he took loan $250 from his mother, and the project started with milk. And it was a B2B and B2C. B2B means the small tea stalls of Bangladesh. Deshi Pharma used to deliver milk, and to the consumers at home, they used to deliver the milk in a very small amount to see how the supply chain works. And it was working well. Then he started researching on banana and vegetables. And as milk was doing good, he introduced banana and keep researching with vegetable. But soon he realized that he's burning money and eventually had to force close the project because the supply chain was fragmented and it was very expensive, the logistics and everything. And banana was not at all safe back then. We didn't have a ripening chamber, so it was ripened by carbide and chemicals. So he had to force close the project and he moved on with the project. And in 2020, the pandemic came. And during pandemic, one of the biggest project that used to give me revenue, I had to force close it. It was the biggest lounge in Bangladesh, which used to give me a good amount of revenue. But for pandemic, I had to force close it, and I was all worried that what's next. And sitting in home alone, I used to see what business is running now, because pandemic, I didn't witness any war. But pandemic was no less than a war. I guess people used to feel like this when we had our war in our country. So I was observing that what business is running now. I was saying, okay, whatever it is, food is actually running. So people need to eat no matter what. So I started thinking about, okay, food, so how do I make impact with food? How can I do some work which will be giving me money as well, impact? And suddenly I remember the co-founder of Deshi Farmer, who was actually a long-time friend of mine. I asked him, hey, how about your project Deshi Farmer, where is it now? Because I'm feeling like to research on food and agriculture. So he said, I had to force close this because of this. Then I said, like, can I just see the datas and the piloting you did and the research you did? Can I just go through that? I love to study anyway. So he shared his datas and insights. I did my research sitting in home because I had actually no work back then. After the research, I felt like, okay, now it is the time. It's pandemic and the roads are empty. Usually it's very traffic in Bangladesh, but now roads are empty. I can just visit some fields here and there and see actually what's happening in the field right now. And I did all my research work in field. And I found the similarities and the problems okay, and the impacts I can make in the sector. And I was like, okay, can we just restart Deshi Farmer? And from there, because as I had to force close the last project, I had some cash with me. And then he was saying, okay, to start with now, who is going to fund the project? So I said, as I close the project, so I can just start funding it. He said, okay, let's start. So from there, we have started. We have started as supply chain of fresh produce. In 2021, we legally formed the company and started working on supply chain. And I thought, I asked him in research time that what was the barriers that you had to close? He said me that it's expensive, logistic is the challenge, warehousing is the challenge. And I counted, okay, so I can provide all this. So, and I did the maths, okay, these many kgs, this is the revenue and we will earn this revenue. So it's a safe business. But I didn't have the proper research of forward market. I researched based on farmers. So we started, I invested money there. I had my brother-in-law with me while investing. After 6 months, when he saw that, okay, we are burning because, sorry, I forgot to change. It's not working. We struggled, and 2 years we worked on the forward market, but we learned a lot and we burned a lot. Somehow we managed to raise funds. We invested, we bootstrapped, we gone for angel investment. Then we got some donor funds, but we realized that basically this is not enough for the farmers to work with. Because we need to work on, our focus is forward market, but for that farmers are facing lots of troubles that we alone cannot give them the solution. And then we started planning, okay, the value chain needs a solution where all partners can come. One stakeholder is not enough to give the solutions. So we were thinking, okay, what sort of product we can bring that will bring all the stakeholders of agriculture, and farmers will get all the supports, whoever, because we cannot force farmers. So whoever's support, whoever's company or whatever they want, they can get it through our partners. So we address these problems, we can sort these problems in the value chain, which is finance, wastage advisory, everything. So with our solution, they get a benefit like post-harvest wastage will be down to 10%, their economic growth 25% with yield and specification of product. At right now, I will say we are so good with specifications that what the market needs, we have that research data, so we can provide the exact product that market actually needs. So yeah. So this is basically our model. We onboard channel partners as a distributor and through micro agri entrepreneurs who work as the facilitator for the farmers, give last mile backward linkages through them. That is like agri advisory, finance, insurance, or anything actually provides to the farmers as we have challenge for the smartphone there. And the output farmer harvest, we sell it through our online marketplace and our very own supply chain. So right now, in these 2 years, we have achieved 58,000 of hours advisory, 45 micro entrepreneurs, 26,000 farmers in 11 locations, and sales revenue with $1.54 million. So this is our tech platform, from where we will be able to let you know in which location one farmer, what pesticide, what seed they are using, what is the land size, and every kind of traceability is possible from here. And we are also working on the pricing intelligence. So these are some of the photos of our operation. So we have some really good partners with us. We have 20 agri input leaders of the market with us. We have some capacity building partners. Our challenges right now is building the capacity of the farmers, agri entrepreneurs, or sales executives, because they need digital literacy, they need skill development, and nobody wants to invest there. Whenever we talk to investors, they're more in returns. So this is one big challenge, but we think we will be recovering soon. Already we are getting help from USAID, from Swiss Contact. So yeah, so these are the impacts we are primarily doing: no poverty, and yeah, gender equality. Yeah, thank you very much. We have now, I would like to add, we have now 29.5% women in our platform who are not addressed as a farmer till now in our country. Yeah, so hopefully we will address them as a farmer soon. Thank you very much.
Perfectly, Mark. So thank you so much for your presentation. I really like how you have emphasized the different steps, that you've taken to come to where you are today. You've mentioned, for instance, the issue of finance, which tends to be one of the first issues every entrepreneur, particularly young entrepreneur, faces. So I would like to connect that idea of the limited funding you have initially, and then the slide that we saw on all the bottlenecks that you identify throughout all the value chain. So how did you prioritize where to start investing? How to find the right balance between investing or expanding the selection of commodities, expanding your geographical area, or expanding the different range of solutions you're offering to your customers?
Yes, can you hear? Basically, regarding funding, the model we have, actually, it's very much easy to scale because we onboard the channel partner, which doesn't cost anything, but to develop their skill, we need the fund. And this is basically, and make the business viable, we need the fund. So this is basically one-time investment. After that, it's more like retention. So this investment is a good amount because it takes 4 or 5 months, and this is the struggle actually. To raise this fund is struggle, but if we have 4,000 channel partners, we can cover like 16.5 million farmers in our platform, and it will not take more than 6 to 8 months because it's these channel partners also invest in our platform because we made it easier. So they invest for their whatever they need for inputs. If they order, they also invest a partial amount with us. So that is how it's making it easier. And they are giving the service to last mile to the farmers. So it's easier like that, yeah.
Building on your point, what would you consider that are the main challenges you've been able to overcome precisely because of the partnerships you've been able to establish along the way?
Again, I will say the skill development part, through partnership, it became a little bit easier. Like the input partners, they help us in the field to train the trainers or the farmers. Some partners train our trainers, and we aggregate the training to the farmers. So they do it normally. We requested them that, can you just give us, when providing the product knowledge, please support us with the training for the farmers also. And they do that, and the technical part, we do it. So I will say the farmer advisory and training for trainers, we recovered with the partnership, not 100%, but partially we are surviving with that. So that I will say that was a good partnership, and yeah, through partnership advisory it was help, and of course input with better price and not adulterated. Like in the market there are lots of 40% inputs are adulterated. So now we get the direct input from there. So this is another big thing that we're getting through partnerships.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to introduce the next panelist, Mr. Jason, who is the founder of CEO of Selfies, a smart aquaculture company in China. So we are looking forward to learning about your journey as an entrepreneur, how you started Selfies, and where would you like to go from here? Thank you, Mr. Jie. The floor is yours. If you would like to come to the podium, you're welcome.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so good morning, everyone. So I'm so pleased to attend this forum, and thank you for the invitation from ASIS. Okay, today the story about my company is the exploration and the experience of smart aquaculture in China. So first, I have a very short self-introduction for myself. So I grew up by the fish ponder since I'm a child. So I graduated from Zhejiang University and got as a bachelor and also get as a PhD degree in IoT in CAS. So actually after graduation and our team, which called the WSN, so it taking the leadership in the research of IoT in China in the early stage. So after that, I also act as a project editor of the ISO IEC 30141. Is for the international standard about the IoT reference architecture. And I also awarded with IEC 1906. So, but after that, a very bigger idea come to my mind. So I think I cannot just limit the in the standardization and the technologies. I need to go to the industries. So for many areas, at last I made the decision is I choose back to the fish ponder. So one side I want to improve the IoT technology can bring very much changes to the traditional aquaculture. Also, I also want to find the ways to the large scale industry application of IoT. So that's a fellowship. The story of the Selfish and me. Okay, the situation and the challenges of fisheries in China is actually a very big market, and it's over $0.4 trillion aquaculture the industry, and but mainly there are the smallholders, farmers, and there is about 60 million people. They work on there, and but it's very strange. It's not more than $0.1 billion level of large aquaculture the enterprises. So we think there are some key issues of the limitations. So one issue is actually the aquaculture. Now we're facing a lot of the farming risks and environmental restrictions. The risks are just like the farmers mainly based on their traditional method and without precise management. And the restrictions just like the climate, and we have so the experiment is very hard to handle. And the second the issues is low efficiency of the supply and the demand matching. So first for the aquaculture, there are a lot of it's multiple categories, and it's very difficult to make the plan for feeding, and also now we lack of the data to support make the decision, and also the seasonal limitation is very high, and so most of the farmers can sell their actual products at the same time, so the price will come down, and so also yes, so actually we face a lot of challenges, and the other challenges just like the ponder will occupy the available rent and also the raw materials prices come down and go up. And so the aging of farmers and the eutrophication, the pollution and the multiple diseases, and also we lack of financial and insurance support. So actually we face a lot of challenges. So how we can find the solution and to make to help them and to enhance the capability of the agriculture industry. So we already form the strategies, and we call it so it's water horse and agriculture integration, and with a digital and intelligent service operation based on the IoT. So that in this slide and shows we can provide now based on this platform, and we now can provide 3 different services for the industry, for the farmers and new farmers and the business customers. So we can provide the digital service for the fishing villager with the outdoor fish ponder, and we can help the farmers to enhance their capability of the skills and to lower the risks and the costs. And second, we also provide the digital service for the smart recycling agriculture systems, and that's the new styles of the fish models, and can with a high efficient. So based on that, we combine the source from the traditional fish ponder and the new styles, the systems, and we can we can provide the supply chain for the business customers and help them to improve the quality and the safety and the standardizations of the eco product. So I think this is mainly about our business. And for the digital service for the fishing villager with outdoor fish ponders, we call it okay. So yeah. So there are three kind of services: is a water quality and health monitoring services, and also we have the agriculture input and the data value added services, and also we have the quality control and traceability sales services. So based on services, we can help the farmers to earn more money and keep the eco production more safety. Second is a digital service for smarter recycling agriculture system, we call SRAS. Also, there are a lot of characteristics about this. We can have the high render utilization, and we can have the zero pollution emissions, and also we can have the high staff efficiency, and also we can enhance the standardizations, and also high cost performance, and also we have the the photo series and to anti the climate. Okay, so the rapid of the growth is very fast. And last year we only have 2 pools, but this year we think it's about 5,000 pools will be built and for services. So the business model of the Sailfish actually, so we have 4 different customers. So the first is the asset investors. And second is the DFF, the farmers. Also the new business subject or the farmers for the HRS. And also we have the business customers. So for all these customers, we will provide a different service for them, and we also can earn the money from them, and we can form the sustainable business model, and we established the new digital agriculture ecosystems. So in the near future, and we have some plans, and maybe this year we will remit it in the Zhejiang province in China, and the next year we will extend our market scope to the North province in China, and after that we may overseas the market and also to the other province in China now. And so maybe in 5 years, we hope the customers will reach the 1 million customers. Okay, so yeah, the lessons, I think, if I have the time? 1 or 2 minutes, okay. So there are some lessons we learned from our experience. The first is the services. We think the service operation is very important. So we think the digital technology and the agriculture industry knowledge and the businesses needed to be deeply integrated and innovated, not just a simple model of selling digital technologies products to the agriculture users or single project, but a clear top-level architecture and a sustainable deeper services operation, and they are needed. And so second is ROI. So the return of the investment of the digital agriculture needs to fully consider the synergy effect of the businesses and reduce costs and improve value-added benefits. So especially the improvement of the production efficiency and the synergy of production and the sales. So, the third one is the education cost. So the farmers I think in each country are limited by their knowledges and abilities. So the early education cost of the digital agriculture is very high, and so we think an efficient collaboration mechanism needs to be established between the government and the enterprises, such as some certain subsidizers, and later it can be operated by the enterprises services to achieve sustainable development. The last one is standardization and talent. So the innovation of the digital agriculture ecosystem, especially the formulation of the standards, requires a standardization of data which can solve the problem of the non-standardization of the agriculture products very well, and provide the better services methods for financial services. In addition, it's necessary to cultivate a large number of composite talents who can combine the digitalization and agriculture. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very insightful presentation, and we can see how complex the business model is. So I wanted to ask you a bit about your timeline. When did you start with this idea?
So it's about 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So already passed. Yeah, 7 years passed. So we face the challenges if we just do one thing, and it's very difficult to make changes for the agriculture. So you know, a lot of industry in China already have been changed very much, but the agriculture is left. So yeah, we need to find some new way.
The question I had in mind, thinking of other entrepreneurs within the region that would like to invest in providing this type of services to aquaculture producers and the entire value chain. Did you start with this whole idea, or did you start providing services to farmers and then you build gradually from there? So was it just this idea implemented from the very beginning, or there was a gradual implementation of serving aquaculture producers and then integrating the relationships with the marketplace, the breeders, etc.?
So actually, at the beginning, I have some very initial ideas and the top-level architecture, because I say so. Before that, I work on the architecture of IoT. So that's my okay. But actually, at that time, we also cannot know the exact the solutions. So step by step, first we provide the services to the farmers. And so when we have enough the numbers of the farmers, so we started to build the relationship with the customers. So actually, during that, we face a lot of challenges, also all with the failures. But yeah, actually, fortunately, we overcome that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Let me invite you now, for the sake of time, the third speaker, Mr. Muhammad Bukhari, co-founder of and CEO of FarmDarm in Pakistan. This is a mobile application that provides farmers and agribusinesses with Geo-AI powered crop classification and harvest monitoring. So, Mr. Bukhari, you have now 10 minutes to describe your personal journey, starting and leading FarmDarm. And I would appreciate if you could briefly talk about the business model and the growth status also of your business.
Good morning, everyone. My thanks to FAO and ITU for having us here. I'm Mohammed Bukhari, co-founder of FarmDarm. And I know the slide mentions I'm a fourth generation farmer. I think I'm fortunate to be involved in farming. However, I think at best, I could call myself a part-time farmer. My journey that led to FarmDarm actually began with another startup, which was Cobra. I joined Cobra when I was still at university and got an experience at a very early age startup to begin with. My journey with Cobra was mostly around fundraising. After 5 years there, I got the opportunity to work at McKinsey & Company in London, where I focused most of my time on healthcare and improving hospitals, helping hospitals and organizations in the NHS that ran hospitals solve their most difficult problems. Following that, got sick of the lifestyle, traveling and living in hotels and airports, and decided to actually join the corporate sector. Ended up with British Telecom, where my first assignment was to essentially create the business case for fiber optic broadband in the UK. Seek to raise funds from the group organization to be able to test out fiber optics and see whether we could actually proliferate them across the UK. I ended up staying for 10 years, where my last assignment was actually general manager for broadband products in the UK. My portfolio was around 2,000 products, generating £4 billion per annum of revenue, £2.5 billion per annum of EBITDA, and a team of 4,000 people. However, at that point is where my journey with FarmDarm started. And I think it's a point which will probably resonate with everyone because it was the start of COVID. At that point in time, I was one of the lucky ones in COVID because it multiplied my business by more than 5 overnight. As people started to move and work from home, their demand for broadband increased massively, and that basically made my job very, very easy. I didn't have to do anything to be able to sell the best broadband packages available in the UK to people in the UK. And it essentially created an inflection point in my life and an inflection point in the creation of FarmDarm, because I had the capacity and the mental bandwidth to think about what actually really I wanted to apply my time to. Being someone who was always connected with the farming family and someone who saw agriculture in Pakistan as a huge opportunity, I started to turn my attention to what could possibly be done with agriculture in Pakistan. I took the opportunity actually to pack in my job at BT, move to Pakistan, and start to concentrate on my own family farms. At that point in time, it became very clear to me that actually we needed some good precision technology, precision agriculture products to be able to do farming properly in Pakistan. And number one, there were no real local products available at that time, which provided more than a very generic solution to me. I had very specific problems that I was trying to solve, and those weren't available to me locally. There were some companies globally that offered these solutions, but they were either very, very expensive or they were not localized to Pakistan. So they were providing me the right product, but not the right accuracy. With that in mind, we decided to actually create our own products. So the first version of Farmdar's products were actually created for my own farm. That is where we started back in early 2021. After using those products on our own farms, towards the end of 2022, after one crop cycle, we realized actually that they had a really good impact on our farm, and we sort of, the penny dropped and we thought, hey, if we could do these on our own farms, is there a potential to actually market these wider? We decided to take the products to the corporate farming sector in Pakistan, and we picked up our first few clients over there. By the end of our first year, we had covered roughly 60,000 acres with 3 clients in Pakistan. That really gave us a push to develop more depth in our products, select crops that we wanted to target, and our initial target crops were actually only corn and sugarcane in Pakistan. We ignored all other crops because we wanted to become experts in corn and sugarcane in Pakistan. That expertise led us to actually engage a lot with the sugar sector in Pakistan and also the corn or the sort of starch manufacturing sector in Pakistan. As a result of which, we created sort of products very centered and that went into quite a lot of depth into those 2 sectors in Pakistan. In 2022, in the last season, we actually ended up acquiring a lot more clients. We covered 10 million acres of land across Pakistan. And this year, we are on track to cover over 200 million acres of land. That's across Pakistan, Morocco, Peru, and Brazil. We have actually recently opened up an office in Porto Alegre in Brazil, where we are focusing on soybean. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail of what our products are and what we do. It's quite complicated. We have a booth outside. I would welcome anyone who wants to find out more to come and please reach out to me directly. And indeed, those online, if you have any questions about our product, we would love to tell you if you could reach out to me separately about those. I will, however, go into one specific use case that will allow me to share a little bit about one of our products and also for this audience, how we managed to sort of create an impact and some of the challenges that we face in the field. The colorful picture you see here is the result of one of our products called Variety Scan. We essentially are able to detect what varieties of sugarcane are growing in a particular area using purely satellites and our AI models. We go into a lot of depth on sugarcane as a crop, and we are developing many products that go into this level of detail using deep tech and the best commercial grade satellite imagery that's available to us. It requires a lot of field work and field sampling. It requires a lot of collaboration and actually teamwork with people such as mills, such as research institutions who carry out groundwork on sugarcane varieties in Pakistan. However, really what I want to focus more on is why. I mean, what value does this product create for anyone, right? Why are people willing to pay me north of $20,000 for a season in order to serve them with this product? Basically, for a sugar mill and a sugar farmer, the primary objective is to actually monetize either the sugarcane crop that they're growing by earning a good income and a good return on it. And for the sugar mill is to actually get as much sugar out of a ton of sugarcane as they possibly can. That actually is a factor of the sugar content in sugarcane, and sugar content in sugarcane is a factor of what kind of sugarcane it is. If farmers are growing the wrong kind of sugarcane, the sugar mill will not pay them the right price. They will not be able to earn the right income. And of course, the sugar mill will not be able to get the right recovery rates. What we are able to do is identify the right kind and the wrong kind of sugarcane completely remotely using satellites and AI. In this particular instance, JK Group, which is one of the largest sugar groups in Pakistan, we worked with them to identify the wrong varieties of sugarcane, to pinpoint the exact farmers that were growing those varieties of sugarcane, to conduct a field-based extension where we would go to those farmers, explain to them the benefits of the right varieties of sugarcane, and as a result of them, convince them to actually switch to these varieties of sugarcane. The mill actually offered them a 15% price incentive on that. So the farmers that did convert managed to make 15% more, which in most instances was more than the profit margin that they were making any given particular year. So this model of going B2B to C has really worked for us in Pakistan on multiple use cases. And this is a model that we seek to kind of leverage quite a lot in Pakistan. At this point in time, the vast majority of our engagement has either been with commercial organizations in the B2B space in Pakistan and then targeting farmers through those. In this particular example, their catchment area contained 15,000 farmers, and we supplied the mill with information for those 15,000 farmers, and the mill actually served those 15,000 farmers using our platform. Our platform consists of mobile and web-based applications, which work both online and offline. In addition to working with B2B organizations, we are a venture-backed company. We have not ever sought or enjoyed or benefited from grants or working with the public sector. And I think one of the things that has been quite eye-opening for me today and hopefully will result in future fruitful engagements is to engage with people like FAO and ITU, because I think, especially when it comes to smallholder farmers, private-public sector partnerships is the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I have to say, I was really impressed by the slide in which you show this exponential growth that you've experienced, even throughout the years of the pandemic. So as with any growth of such magnitude, have you suffered from some growth pains? What are the challenges that you face from that fast growth?
Eva, I think my main challenge is talent. For us, we're a very small company at the moment, or we started small and are growing. We do something very specific in AI, which includes computer vision, geospatial AI, and they're skills that are very limited generally globally, and finding talent like that in Pakistan can be quite tricky. So actually, for us, it's about finding people who have either an interest in that or an aptitude towards that, and build programs around them to be able to make sure that we are training them and uplifting kind of their skills. We partner with some universities in Pakistan to make sure that we pick up the top talent. So we have universities like NUST and FAST, Institute of Space Technology. Our formula is to pick up the top 1% from those universities, and particularly if they have an interest in agriculture. And we then spend a lot of time training those guys to make sure that we are imparting the right knowledge. We have some partners. Some of our board members, for example, are leaders in AI globally, and they have designed specific individual programs for our colleagues who work for us to be able to actually help them get on that journey. So talent is one of the big problems. The other one, obviously, is as you grow, it becomes quite chaotic. And as a startup, to be really honest with you, we quite like that. We see chaos as a result of growth rather than an impediment to growth. So we feel that chaos creates opportunities, and we try not to sort of, get to not get set back by it, but indeed actually move towards accepting that this is how it's going to work, and accepting the fact that we will create chaos as we go.
And also, I understand now that, if I understood correctly, that you're thinking of expanding to other countries. So again, for every major expansion, as you mentioned, we will find two critical points to solve, basically the funding and also the talent then to run those operations. How is your team evolving in order to cope and provide a good environment to keep growing and also providing that stable management throughout?
Actually, that's a really good question and quite a difficult one to answer, because for us, we tend to change our mind and do different things every 2 to 3 months. That's sort of how we're structured a little bit at the moment, or unstructured a little bit at the moment. But in terms of growth globally, I think we are quite customer-led. So for example, Corteva Agri-Sciences is a customer of ours in Pakistan, and we met their regional leadership from Southeast Asia. And when they saw what we were doing for them in Pakistan, they were very interested in us working across 6 countries in Southeast Asia, where we don't have a ground presence at the moment. However, we would consider it, and we would set up a ground presence there if we saw that there's market demand from there. In other areas, for example, recently 2 months ago, we set up an office in Porto Alegre in Brazil. It would be impossible to do that without partners on the ground. They do not, there's a huge language barrier. The regulations and sort of the way of doing business, the culture there is completely different to what we are used to in Pakistan or even in the Western world. So we had to actually select the right partners, and that really helped us kind of fuel our growth and journey there.
Thank you so much. This is, I think, a very important point because one, I think, of the key advantages that local agri-tech startups have is basically the knowledge of the local conditions. So if you're expanding to other countries, and we see that increasingly happening in Asia, then obviously you will have to find new means and being kind of inventive in terms of how to develop the right partner to be able to access the customized local solution, knowledge, understanding the culture there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eva.
Now I'm very pleased to introduce our 4th speaker, Ms. Sutari Aruna. So if you want to join us in the podium, you're free to do that. She's the co-founder and chief sustainability officer of Aruna, this Indonesia's largest seed-to-table platform. So, Ms. Sutari, you have then 10 minutes for your presentation. We're looking forward to learning more about you and your company. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable ladies and gentlemen. My name is Utari. I'm the co-founder of Aruna. We are come from Indonesia and focus in the marine and fisheries industry. Indonesia is one of the largest seafood producer in the world. We have more than 3 million people working as a fishers or fishermen that using the boat to go fishing and so on. And we also have a lot of potential and commodities that are liked by all of the people around the world. But unfortunately, people that work as a fisherman is contributing 25% of the economic in poverty in Indonesia. So most of them is living under poverty. Most of them, they don't have any good income for living for their family. So that's the reason why we create Aruna. In case you're familiar with the name, Aruna is come from the Sanskrit language, which means sunrise at the sea. Maybe in Thailand, they call them Arun, similar like that. So our mission is to making the sea a better livelihood for all. We understand that in Indonesia, 70% of our island is consist by the sea. So only 30% is an island itself. That's why we have a very huge potential for the marine and seafood industry. We are integrating the supply chain. So today is very special also for us because we can see like many innovation in agriculture industry from every country trying to solve the supply chain. Similar also with us that we try to integrating the whole supply chain and ecosystem in the marine and coastal community in Indonesia. We founded in 2016 and currently we already cover more than 40,000 fishermen all over Indonesia. From Sumatra Island to Papua Island, we already have 177 hubs, or this is like our collection point and the location where our fishermen work together with us. We already cover 31 provinces in Indonesia. So we have 3 missions in here. We want to revolutionize the ecosystem itself. we want to ensure the inclusive economic of our fishermen community, and also we want to ensure the sustainable fishing practice model implemented in our business. So all of our team and our crew in Aruna, we have the value we called freedom. Why freedom? Because we want to give the freedom of the people that live in the coastal, where all of the team development that we create for our fishermen and also for our team, we set with this framework, so then they can work the way we want them to work. Like we create the culture in our business model. So Aruna founded in 2016. There is 3 co-founder of Aruna. One of them is me. I'm come from the fisherman family. So I live in the fishing village, the village that in the Kalimantan area is one of the village that focus on the fishing industry in Indonesia. Where after that my family told me to not continue fishing business because it's not have a good economic value, and that's the reason why they sent me to college and study the technology. But unfortunately, after I learned the technology, I realized that technology is one of the problem solver for the fishery industry itself. So then I met my co-founders, and 2017 we start the first idea. So at first we're not integrating the supply chain. At first we start with creating the demand by create the website and create the e-commerce together the demand from all over the potential customers. And after that, we find out that there is so many demands in the market, but why there is no fisherman that can connect direct to the market? We find out there is 3 problems. The first is the supply chain is very long. From the fisherman until the market, there is too many layers. The second is the knowledge of the fisherman itself. They don't understand what is the good quality, what is the timeline of production. They don't understand how to process the seafood and maintain the quality. So that's the second. And the third is the lack of data. For example, if you asking to Indonesia before, where is the most location that have the most tuna in June or in March? So we don't have any integration data like that. So based on that 3 problems, we try to create the solution and integrating them to the fisherman community. And after that, after finally solve that problem in 2018, we already established and duplicate the hubs that we already create to more and more village in Indonesia. And in 2019, we covered like 5,000 fishermen. 2020, it's increased to 10,000 fishermen, and until now, it's already 40,000 fishermen on board in our platform. So we continuously innovating. The business process currently is providing the technology for the fisherman community and also to maintain their quality production. In the second, we also focus on the sustainability, and the last is increasing the productivity of our fishermen itself. So there is 3 model in Aruna, similar like the other panelists, it's all integrating the upstream, midstream, and downstream. So in our business model, the upstream is a fisherman, fishing community, women workers. In the midstream, we digitalizing the processing factory, the cold storage, and the downstream, we create the branded product, and we distributed the product to all over the world. This is the technology that we created. So we understand that not all fishermen or people that live in the rural have the technology or have a smartphone. Most of them also don't know how to use internet. So that's why by this we creating the local heroes application. Who is the local heroes? Local heroes is the one that work in the coastal as our representative. Most of them is a fisherman children. Most of them is a fishery graduated students who want to work and contribute to the fishing village. And the second is fisherman apps. Where the younger fishermen that already adaptive with the technology can use our platform. And we also creating the ERP or the integrated system between the production data and also the demand data from the customers. This is some of our products. So mostly is wild catch seafood. So we have the blue swimming crab, we have the tuna, We have the lobsters, squid, octopus, and so on. We also maintaining the standardization, food safety, sustainable certification for all of our fishermen community. Currently, we already cover most of them. Before COVID, is actually 90% of our production is to export. But after COVID, we realized that Indonesia also have demand for the seafood. So currently, we have 70% export market and 30% for domestic one. Okay. And this is just our production facility and also the industrial building. Most of the workers in the seafood industry is a woman. So this is also interesting because they can have a contribution for their family. This is the activity from our heroes and also all of our fishing community. We already also launching the brand of the seafood and distributed to the international retails in some of the countries. This is our SDGs goals that we try to contribute for the future. And this is our women workers in all over the location that we have. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this fantastic presentation. I really like how, even in your title, you place the emphasis on sustainability and how you measure also how the work of your company contributes to the achievement of the SDGs. So what can you tell us about the impact that you see of your activities on the life of the fisher folk that you're working with? And also, I think in many of the cases we see there's the need also for an investment, although it can be minor investment, also on the side of producers. So how do you help them besides providing digital literacy training and other training on the matter? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the first, I will try to answer the second. So the second question is about how we can educate the fishermen about the investment and so on, because I very understand that in agriculture, one of the challenges of the farmers or the fishermen is about the capital to work. So in Aruna, the way we create the technology for them is help them to get the capital from, for example, the bank or maybe the fintech. So we are not the fintech, but based on their production and their activity with us, we can guarantee them so they can get the capital for working. And by doing this, the fishermen can manage their production better because they have additional capital to increase the production. And what is the impact? Coming to the first question is, what is the difference before and after Aruna? We doing some research with the University of Indonesia. We find out that the fishermen that already joined Aruna has an increase of income 2 until 3 times higher. And then we come to the problem where we need to educate the fishermen about the financial literacy. By this, we are collaborating with the World Bank or maybe the bank to educate the fishermen about the financial literacy because their income is increased. And the second, we also give the additional workers and income for the women in the coastal. So by doing this, it's also giving a better livelihood for the people that live in coastal.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, in benefit of time, let me introduce Mr. Puvin Konsawat, the CEO and co-founder of HRS Digital Technology in our host country here in Thailand. So Ms. Konsawat leads also Exambrix. So there are 2 innovative startups. We would like to learn more about your personal story and that of your companies. Thank you.
Sure. So thank you, FAO, for having me today. And thank you all co-founders to share your first-hand experience that you came across your challenges. That is valuable for me. And welcome you guys to Thailand. And I think you may have a good chance to try our famous foods such as the Tom Yam Goong, papaya, or something like this. As all of this stuff is along with the rice, right? So the rice in Thailand is very crucial. And not only in Thailand, but also in the global markets as well, because rice is our staple food, accounting for 17% of the total food consumption. But you may know in the rice industry, so in the crucial process, the quality assessment that we have to assess the price from our farmer is still done by the human judgment. They use their own eye to determine the price to farmer. Sometimes they're gonna give some bias to take the advantage from the farmer to give the lower price to the farmer as well. That's why I was in charge as a Thai rice exporter and also the AI researcher for the Thai government as well. I decided to build the AI to determine the rice quality instead of the human judgment, to give the fair price and give the constructive feedback to our farmer, how they can produce more healthy rice and how can they increase their percent yield for their own land. And this is our team. We have the expertise in the rice industry and also the computer vision and the machine vision as well. Yeah, so you believe or not, in the staple foods such as the rice and coffee and corn is still done manually with the human to inspect one kernel at a time to determine the criteria and to determine the price of the rice. Sorry. And also the human judgments can, the quality assessments of the rice can done by the human judgments and sometimes they can done by the chemical as well. So the problem is when the human judgment determines the price, sometimes they're gonna give some bias to take the advantage for the seller. So in this thing, that's why we come up with the technology, with the AI, so we can carry out the simple and user-friendly AI solutions. Just put the rice into our fabric scanner and upload the image. And then our AI gonna analyze the result and give the result to our client just within 3 to 5 minutes. So what we deliver to our customer now in Thailand and Vietnam, so we deliver the AI to determine the rice quality and also to determine the paddy contaminations as well. So all this stuff is very crucial thing for determine the price and for the farmer. So we can provide the quality assessment 10 times faster. We can provide more certain results, and moreover, we can digitalize the rice industry. So we can gather the meaningful data for across the Thailand to give the constructive feedback which region in Thailand can produce healthy rice, and also how we can improve the productivity and improve the healthy rice as well. Yeah, so this is our example of AI. So we can point out specifically which rice is a defect or the contamination, right? And also in the paddy as well. For now, we along the people in the rice supply chain in Thailand and Vietnam have been our customer. So our AI can be friendly with the all player along the rice supply chain. We would like to inspect and assess the rice quality as well. Yeah, so actually we just launched our AI just 2 years ago. So for now, we can deliver our AI solution to over 270 manufacturers across the Thailand and also 30 manufacturers in Vietnam as well. We since around the easy right to inspect the rice quality about 6 million metric tons yearly. And this data is very crucial for the rice because we can gather the meaningful data such as the rice quality, rice price, and also the sensory and the nutrient contents of rice as well. Yeah, we can analyze this data and give the constructive feedback to Thai farmers, how they can improve the healthy rice and also the rice quality to obtain higher income for them. And this is sufficient enough to allow the Israel to be a champion of the AI and the agricultural technology of the Asia Pacific by ICT Award. And we have the ISO certification as well. Yeah, so this is the Israel journey. So we start in the 2019, and I saw first-hand experience because I work in charge as a Thai rice exporter. So when I export the rice to the global markets, I had to suffer with the human judgment because they have the human error to determine the price. When I export, I got the rejects from the importer. And also sometimes my people and my inspections gonna analyze earlier as well, because sometimes we're gonna give the wrong price to the farmer. That's why we would like to enhance this process by our AI. And when we start this project, we got the funding from the top 500 Fortune company, the PTT in Thailand, to invest in EasyRide. And after that, we raise fund again with the leading player in Thailand. So what we deliver to our customer again, so we not always inspect just only the physical, but also we analyze in the nutrient content. As you guys can see on the screen, so we have the two criteria of rice. The left-hand side of you guys is the premium rice in Thailand, and the right-hand side is the raw quality rice. But you can notice the color is very different. So the blue color can represent the proteins, and the green color can represent the amylose. So when the rice have just a few amylose, it can imply that this rice have more fragrance and more softness than the other. That's why we can use the nutrient content to classify between the premium quality and the raw quality as well. And also we can analyze the nutrient contents of rice to give the constructive feedback to our farmer, how they can formulate the fertilizer, how they can use their own land to produce more healthy rice for the world population. Yeah, for now, not only the rice, but also we expand our product to another staple food in Thailand as well. We go to the coffee quality inspections and also the durian quality inspection as well. Yeah, thank you so much for having me today. That's all for EasyRide.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You might sit if you want. Thank you. So, from what I understand, basically your starting point here in the value chain was the part of agroprocessing, trying to provide standardized assessment of quality, varieties, and so on. How do you translate that information into advisory that is relevant for farmers? If you can elaborate more on that.
Okay, yes, and actually, I'm the people in the rice industry before, because I was in charge as a rice exporter. So it's undeniable that it's very hard when you are the technology guy to communicate with the farmer. So we didn't speak in the same language. But it's not exactly me, because I was in charge as a rice exporter before. I do the technology, so I know how to communicate to them in their language. And actually, we can transfer the AI words, because AI, you may know, is a black box. So when we train the image, let's say, and this remote and this gas, we just put the 1,000 of this image to the AI and classification it. But in order to communicate with our farmer can easily understand, we have to another thing is we call expandable AI. So we have to tell the farmer what criteria of the AI can separate between the two things, such as the premium rice and raw quality rice, by their language. It is a key point to communicate with them and translate the technology to them easily by their language, by just the expandable AI.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I would like now to ask one question that we got from the chat, and that was addressed to Mr. Bukhari. So there have been several mentions. I think all of you have talked about managing impact and business at the same time. So how do you find the right balance in order to work with vulnerable communities? You mentioned that at some point you went back to the farm of the family. So how do you take basically the needs of the vulnerable communities in mind when developing your solutions or build that into your business model?
I think the most important thing is to not patronize the community, right? I hear a lot of people talk about farmers in Pakistan as people who need to be helped or educated because they don't understand. Actually, it's not the case. I've been all across Pakistan to some of the most remotest areas. They might not be educated, but they're not stupid. They're actually quite resourceful. And I think there's a lot of people who are trying to pitch them solutions without really understanding what problems that they have on a day-to-day basis that need to be solved. So I think the first step in actually engaging with these communities, whether they're vulnerable or whether they're close to being vulnerable, or if they're communities that actually are being marginalized, for example, is to really get under the skin of what are their problems, and then use technology, understand that use case, use technology to try and solve that particular use case. I think a one-size-fits-all approach to fixing all farmers' problems with one magic application does not work.
Thank you very much. I would like now to open questions to the floor. So please, if you have any questions for our speakers, please raise your hand. Well, if not, I have several questions really for you. And I think I've talked in my life with many young students out of university or the last year, and they come sometimes from a rural background. The families are still working or used to work in the field or aquaculture, etc., something related to food systems. But now that's considered not attractive anymore. So you've made the decision at that point of going back and venture into agri-tech. So what would be your advice to other people thinking about it, pros and cons, and what you learned along the way? So who would like to start?
Okay, it's me. Yeah, so I think when we go to the agricultural industry, the key thing, the technology is as a tool. So I think the experience in the agricultural industry is very crucial than the technology things. So sometimes you can use the knowledge and your experience in agriculture can solve the problem without the technology. But the technology is just the tool can accelerate that you can easily to success and easy to solve the problem. When the people on the new guy would like to go to the agricultural thing, I think the first thing you have to understand about the agricultural industry. For example, when I would like to solve the problem in the right industry, I step into the right industry to join the right exporter company to understand the problem. When students would like to go to and to do the startup in the agricultural sector, you have to understand about the problem and the people and also all environments of in the agricultural industry first before we adapt the technology to solve it. That is my question.
Thank you.
Actually, I'd like to add to that. I face this problem as a founder all the time because we are trying to hire people who are young folks, and actually we have to compete with fintechs and B2B marketplaces and e-commerce companies who also want to hire this talent, right? And the one thing that I've noticed is that actually, if you look at the sources of capital, so if you look at venture capital, for example, they're a lot more likely to back B2B marketplaces or e-commerce companies or e-commerce startups or fintech startups, purely because I think agri-tech is less understood by the private sector financial institutions. And I think in addition to that, there's also a perception that agri-tech takes a longer time. You have to be more patient with your capital, and therefore there's less funding available to agri-techs. And I think that's where really public sector organizations can fill that gap and that void. So one way to excite people is to actually ensure that agri-techs and startups in the agri-tech space that are coming up are able to compete with fintechs and the others which get more interest from the private sector. And I think if that kind of support can be extended by FAO or the UN or ITU and things like that, I think it helps us to bridge that divide. I can go to the best universities in Pakistan or indeed anywhere else in the world and actually pitch to students that they should come and join us, because it's just as exciting in terms of technology and growth and what they're able to build in terms of products, the kind of science that's involved in it, and the kind of lives that they're impacting, the kind of people that it impacts. All of those things are actually at the same level as perhaps a fintech. So I think there's a role to play at this level really to help us achieve that.
Thank you so much. One last question from my end, and it's building on this idea of the vision, to support the community and the business side. What it is your main lesson learned in terms of striking that balance between serving smallholder producers, making solutions accessible to them, while at the same time trying to monetize your business model and expand your customer base? So Manya, would you like to give us your point of view?
I'm sorry, can I have the question again?
Yes, of course. So how have you managed to create that balance between monetizing your business model, expanding the customer base, and keep on providing an accessible service to farmers in rural, vulnerable communities?
Okay, basically the model we made, it cater everyone in the value chain. So first of all, for make the business sustainable, we need to ensure the earnings for farmers. So as you were saying, the next generation, why they're not interested in, they're not coming into farming, because most of our farmers have a second income. They are not solely based on farming. So we try to ensure the farmers' earnings, and our platform actually serving all the stakeholders in a manner for partners, say input partners, we have one dashboard and they get lots of analytics from there. They can plan that how to grow their business in a specific area. Say one location in North we're working, and they can plan their growth in North and focus on specific products and aggregate their business there. And if they're in slow in some others location, they can also plan like that. And we can ensure the maximum benefit of the partners as well as farmers back through this. So the challenges, I will say, as starting I said that this is not fully digital. We are calling it phygital. And one big challenge is our farmers are, they do not have digital device. Device is one big challenge. Connectivity is one big challenge. Why we are doing it to micro entrepreneurs? Initially we had the app for the farmers actually, but we failed because we couldn't register them properly because every farmer doesn't have the mobile phone. So one big challenge, I will say, device and connectivity. If device and connectivity is fine, then we can bring that transparency. And if there is transparency in the value chain, it will ensure every stakeholder's benefit and the business will be sustainable. That's what I feel.
Thank you. May I invite Mr. Sen to give us your perspective on this topic, particularly in your presentation, it became evident that aquaculture producers needed also to do some investments. So how can you make your business model even more inclusive?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think the balance is mainly focusing on the reduce risks of the farmers and the lower the cost of the supply chains. Actually, in the traditional way, one farmer they worked very independently, and they should do many things, but they have not enough the knowledges and the abilities to deal with the challenges. So they many times they will fail. They will lost their money, and failure. They also failed. So I think for the digital agriculture, for the new company, so we can establish the new ecosystem and with collaboration among the different stakeholders. And so in the future, maybe the farmer actor just, I mean, they can do less things than before, but with higher, the insurance, and also with the services from the high technology companies services. So actually, I think the digital agriculture will bring very new, the different, very different the models, and also we can separate the different risks, and some most of them I think the company can act as the key. I mean, they will make the main contributions for to reduce the risks and help the farmers more efficiently.
Thank you. Mr. Aruna, 1 minute or two to give us your take on this issue.
Yeah, so I think my key takeaways after doing this whole agriculture, business and fisheries is that already covered by the panelists, but one thing that I can add is all about to create the agriculture profession as something that consider as a cool profession in the industry. Because for example, for the graduated students, if they work in the maybe in the mining industry, in the banking, financing, they consider as a great profession, good title. But if they work as a farmers, they work as a fisherman, they're considered like, why you are doing that? You are the young millennial, high technology, but why you are working in that agriculture industry? So I think by us creating the disruption, create the technology, it will like little by little changing the perspective that agriculture using the technology can be a good title, a good profession, a good income for a younger generation in the future. I think that's my.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking again the speakers for the insightful presentations, the discussions here on this very important topic. So a warm round of applause. So if you're interested in knowing more about the topics discussed in these sessions, you may want to check a FAO publication on scaling up inclusive innovation in agri-food chains in Asia and the Pacific. You can Google the title and you will find more examples of the work agri-tech startups are doing in agri-food systems in the region. And also would like to draw your attention to the fact that FAO is currently undertaking a study in the region, analyzing the enabling conditions for agri-tech startups, such as the ones we have here today, how they can best be promoted, encouraged, and supported as part of their push for accelerated digital agriculture for all. And finally, I would also like to remind you that after lunch, there will be opportunity to tour the exhibition hall just outside, so where you can learn more about the initiatives of startups in the displays. So feel free to visit that hall and engage in discussions with the entrepreneurs. So thank you, everyone, and let me close the session now for lunch break. You have something to say?
Okay, well, the panelists are leaving the stage. Just a reminder for the rest of the program, or the reminder of the program. So we'll have a 1 hour lunch, and then there will be 1 hour open for both one-to-one networking and connection among the present here from 1 to 2, and we'll have also quasi-organized, but still semi-structured tour for the different exhibitions, especially the ones that were not reflected in the various panel sessions. And then we'll reconvene here at 2 for the last plenary session, which basically deals with an important topic that we haven't covered, which is addressing the initiatives for scaling up successful digital innovations in agri-tech, but also in the finance. So we have an interesting lineup of speakers from the World Bank and UNCDF, ICRISAT, and and others who will be joining us this afternoon. So we'll have an hour and 15 minutes, or I think an hour and a half final session. After that, we will then close for a wrap-up, a 30-minute wrap-up summarizing what we have discussed and what we have learned and the way forward. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch, and also have one opportunity to meet each other in the last half remaining day of this event. Thank you. Can I make a quick announcement for those who are seated in the last row? And I see 4 people here, so if you can please move because they're gonna take these tables out. Just this last row. This last row. That includes Raza over there, and whoever is in this table and in this table. And you can, you can go to other tables, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay. So, excuse me to interrupt. Whose is this? Yeah, so we're gonna free up this table and that's it. Okay?
Bye. revolutionary house. 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 You see, yeah, let me tell you, before you are judged, let me tell you, this is a building of a revolutionary party. And you know nothing about the revolution. Here you behave or else you jump. Or else you jump. This is not a newsroom, this. A newsroom, this. This is a revolutionary house. And you know nothing about the revolution. Don't come here. Not yet. Not yet. You can do it somewhere else. But in the wrong place. It's a revolutionary house. And you know nothing about the revolution. Here you are in the wrong place. Then you can go out. Yeah, you can go out. This is a building of a revolutionary. Okay? It's a revolutionary house. And you know nothing about the revolution. You see, yeah, let me tell you, before you are judged, let me tell you, this is a building of a revolutionary party. This is not a newsroom, this. A newsroom, this. This is a revolutionary house. And you know nothing about the revolution.
Hi, Pinto. This is Shamita. Could you please unmute yourself, and would you wish to share your presentation, or we lead your presentation from our end?
Sorry, you are talking to whom? Sorry.
I'm talking to Alrina Renata Pinto from World Bank.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, she's there. She's there. Hi, I'm audible to you, Pinto?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Should we help you with the presentation to run from our end, or would you like to present from your end?
Let me just check if I can do it from my end. If not, I
Yeah,
probably.
because we have received your presentation. If you are comfortable, we can help you with that.
Okay, sure. Maybe you can just share it from your end. That would be
Thank
great.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it would be nice if you could please switch on your video for some time while you present. Thank you.
So I also have a colleague joining me, Amit Arora. If you can give him host rights as well, please.
Amit Arora. Just check with Amit Arora if he's joined. Wait, let me see. Yes, Amit Arora has joined. Amit Arora has joined as an participant.
Yeah, so he'll respond to the questions that we raised later. So I'll make the presentation and then he
Okay,
participates.
perfect. Sure.
Thank you.
Lina, you can hear me? Lina, you can hear me?
The last stretch, yes. So we're just waiting for. Yeah, I just wanted to check with the panelists who are joining remotely, just to check that they are online. Maria Perdomo, are you online? Can you
Yes,
give
I
us
am
a
online.
signal? Thank you,
I am
Maria.
online. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
I wish I could actually see you, but I don't. But anyway, thanks for. Okay, and then we have Aldrina Renita Pinto from New Delhi and her colleague. Okay, very good. So I can see Alrina and Amit Arora are both in place. We're waiting for one panelist to join from the outside, and then we'll get started. I hope he can come right away. I asked him to, if you can bring Kunal Prasad right away so we can start in less than 1 minute. Hear me outside? They can hear me? Okay. Can we, I don't see, I don't know whether Ashish can hear me outside, to call the colleagues who are currently touring the exhibition hall to come in, please, so that we can get started. I know that the audio carries outside the plenary, but I hope they can all come in, but we're gonna get started right away. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us after a day and a half, a very, very busy schedule. We're coming to the stretch of this very rich and very informative forum. We will have an opportunity to provide a short summary at the end after this session. I'm very pleased to moderate this session that hopefully will put us in a different frame. That is, we're going to shift our discussion, our thinking to digital innovation, digital initiatives that have the potential for scaling up. So the focus of the keyword is scalability, investment of very successful and potentially large and impactful applications within the agri-food system. Now, the session is titled Scaling Up Successful Digital Interventions, and the examples that we brought into this session focus in part on applications related to digital finance. So we needed to bring that whole dimension into the forum and have at least few presentations that focus on that topic, but also scaling up digital solutions more broadly. We have a panelist who can actually bring that up. So without further ado, we have 4 presentations or 4 panelists from completely different perspectives, starting with UNCDF. UNCDF is an important UN agency that focuses on digital finance and increasing the access to finance to farmers, women, SMEs, and of course they are involved in a number of countries, and we have quite a few collaborations with UNCDF in many countries, but today we are very pleased to have Maria Perdomo, who is the Regional Coordinator for Asia and the Pacific of UNCDF, who will share with us briefly and succinctly some of their experiences related to initiatives of digital finance with examples taken from India, Nepal, and PNG. We're a little disappointed Maria couldn't actually be here in person, but she has an engagement, so she will be joining us remotely, but we are still eager to hear her. We have a lot of expectations from this powerful starting presentation. So Maria, you have, let's say, 12 minutes to tell your story with a possible 1 or 2 3-minute follow-up questions. Over to you, Maria.
Aziz, thank you so much. And indeed, I'm so sorry I was not able to be there in person, but I hope this will be enough and I'll be able to engage as much as I possibly can as if I was there. So let's go to the next slide. So before I go deeper into the different examples that I curated for this presentation, I wanted to maybe give you an overview of what UNCDF does, because I'm sure a lot of people does not know about us. So UNCDF is a hybrid organization with a unique investment mandate. We are a hybrid organization between a development agency and a financing agency. And what we do is basically work with governments and private sector to speed up the pace at which private and public capital is mobilized for SDG achievement. And we do that through different instruments, advisory services to the governments, technical assistance to the private sector, but in particular, catalytic finance instruments such as performance-based grants, reimbursable grants, loans, and guarantees. Now, UNCDF has now three or four basic flagships of flagship programs or areas of operation. One is food finance systems. Another one is women's economic empowerment. Another one is local transformative finance. And the last one, and this one is the one that brings me here today to talk to you, is actually inclusive digital economies. Next, please. And since this is where UNCDF has programs across the region. We are present in 17 different countries, from Afghanistan, as you can see in the screen, toward all the way towards the Pacific, Samoa, Tonga, etc. Next. What we like to think about ourselves is to really, come and fill in one of the biggest voids in the financing, in the development finance architecture at the international level. And so we know that a lot of grant funding is going to, let's say, to small enterprises, right? But then there's a big gap in terms of helping these enterprises throughout their investment continuum. And there's a big gap of financing that actually then we just have much bigger pockets of money that are not necessarily being deployed to those enterprises that need it the most. And so UNCDF, what we try to do with our different instruments from the private finance side of the coin is actually to fill in this gap. Next. So you have here an investment continuum and of our intervention. So we basically first, as I was telling you before, when we start working with different enterprises, with digital innovators, with financial service providers, we usually invest grants into these private sector partners or help them with grants to maybe reach a very difficult population that they haven't reached before, like smallholder farmers, to innovate, to bring those services to regions where the risk is just too high for them to invest from their own money, or just they don't have that risk appetite to do it. And also it is very important to do so because UNCDF has a specific mandate of working in these developed countries, where this risk is oftentimes higher than in other more developed nations. And then after we give that catalytic grant money, then we bring other types of financial instruments. This could be through our UNCDF bridge facilities, a concessional finance facility, where we can deploy loans and guarantees. And then as we keep supporting these enterprises throughout their investment continuum or through their growth stages, then we can also deploy money from our different blended finance funds that are usually managed by third-party partners. And here, one of the things that I want to highlight here is that we're able to also do semi-equity investments through these funds, which is also important because oftentimes these enterprises need only debt instruments. Next. So now that I gave you next, because I only have 13 minutes, this is a show of the different types of financial instruments that we have, but I'm not going to go into detail in that. So let me go into detail into the different innovations that we have supported. I curated, as I was telling you before, some examples of grants and performance-based grants and reimbursable grants that we have done throughout the region to spur digital innovation and to make to support the development of an inclusive digital economy, and in particular examples around agriculture. Next. So here I wanted to share with you our example in Nepal. Here we work together with different private sector partners. We worked with around 14 different financial service providers and help them to digitize different value chains in 7 districts across Nepal. We specifically work in the value chain of ginger, tea, cardamom, and dairy. Here, this work started maybe 10 years ago, where the digital payment ecosystem of Nepal was not very developed, not as it is still, I would say, in an early stages of development, but it was even in a more nascent development stage 10 years ago. So the work here focused more on supporting digitalization of payments for farmers, so they could get money directly from financial service providers, or could pay directly from digital solutions or digital payment solutions to the providers, to the input providers, etc. Next, we hear maybe one thing that I wanted to highlight here. We were able to digitize or to provide digital wallets to almost 430,000 farmers across these 3 value chains, 72% of them women. Next. After this program or this intervention culminated, we realized now that we had built this digital payment, or contributed to building a more robust digital payment ecosystem, we said, okay, there is now the opportunity to go further there and build on those digital rails other types of financial service providers, in particular loans. And this is the work that we did recently with one private sector financial service provider, Keti, which actually helped us to build some credit services up on those rails of digital payments that allowed us in turn to provide collateral-free for 10,000 farmers in Nepal. Next, and most of these farmers were actually working in onions value chain. Next. Now let's go to the Pacific. Here, as you know, the extreme weather events are part of the daily lives of the Pacific Islanders. And the most common season is the hurricane season that affects very much the Southwest Pacific. But there are also other types of effects that are not necessarily linked to weather, but are just an example or due to the geographical situation of the island. This is, for example, the case of the explosion of the volcano in Tonga last year. Now, 60 to 80% of Pacific Islanders depend on subsistence farmers and fishing. And people are just not, oftentimes, because of their nature, of the informality of their activities, are just not able to cope financially with these climate events. Now, the more delay in financial response, people are further into poverty. Their fishing nets, for example, are damaged. They're not able to go back to work. Oftentimes, they also may fall sick. And all these events, or oftentimes they cope with these events with very negative coping mechanisms, like selling their livestock, which in turn will put them further into poverty. So UNCDF, in partnership with other private sector partners, insurance companies, financial service providers, but also developers of digital solutions, came together and developed some insurance products in the region. Here, how these insurance work is that based on a predefined trigger that can be at the wind speed or rainfall over a period of time, payments are made. So the payments claim not necessarily need to be actually assessed by the insurance company, but once the rain hits, then the farmer or the client of the insurance company can immediately receive the payment of the insurance. Okay. This is happening thanks to the use of, or the connection, if you want, of mobile wallets to the insurance product, or to the connection of bank accounts to the insurance product as well. These paramedic insurance.
Maria, yes? You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
Please, next slide. This paramedic insurance was also done in Nepal. And here the specificity was that we also were able to unlock subsidies from the Nepal government that were completely unused because insurance companies and financial service providers before this didn't really have the capacity, the technical knowledge to roll out this type of insurance products. So here we're talking about a more affordable, if you want, thanks to the unlocking of this subsidy, a more affordable product for the farmers in Nepal. Next, another example is the one that we brought from PNG. This is in partnership. This is a program that is implemented under the umbrella of the STRAIGHT program in partnership with FAO. This has been funded by the European Union. And here is very similar to what we did in Nepal in terms of digitalization of different agricultural value chains. Now, the difference here is that we were able, because that open digital payment ecosystem was a little bit more developed in PNG when we started this program than what it was in Nepal. These new innovations that we built in Nepal after this process happened, we started to be able to pilot these innovations much faster. I'm talking about credit, that collateral-free credit that actually use the transactional data from farmers to provide more finance to the farmers, but also insurance. Next. And this is an Agritech Challenge Fund that we are conducting in India. And this is basically to bring, to spur South-South cooperation from Indian innovators to different geographies, not only in Southeast Asia, but also across Africa. And here the challenge needed to address low productivity and how the access of new technology and innovation can build or address that challenge of low productivity. Resilience against climate change, so a lot of innovations around climate risk-based insurance, for example, and parametric insurance, and also innovations around inefficiency supply chains and how do we use digital technology to reduce wastage, increase transparency in prices for farmers, etc. So this is my presentation, dear Aziz. Over to you.
Thank you, Maria, for this really, yes, thank you. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Certainly, digital finance is the glue to scaling up promising and fruitful and effective digital innovations and linking the agri-tech to the beneficiaries and farmers. So we look forward to, we'll follow up with a question or two with you afterwards, but thank you for these examples. Now let me turn to the second presenter, and since you mentioned India in your last example, so we will stay with India, but and we invite Alrina Renita Pinto from the World Bank based in New Delhi to share with us the latest development in their big program funded by the World Bank, entitled as Gender-Focused Micro-Enterprise Financing Initiatives in India. So we'll stay with the same general topic of extending finance facilities So small scale producers and entrepreneurs and SMEs, and this time we will focus on the experience from India. So Alrina Renita Pinto, please take the floor.
Thank you, Aziz, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back at the forum and to be able to share some of the work that my colleague Amit and I have been working on at the bank. So like Aziz said, our presentation today is focused on, advancing gender-focused micro-enterprise financing in India, and we'll spend some time, talking through the digital implementation architecture that's, part of the program. Just a quick note, this is not necessarily agri and agri-focused. That while we do support agri-businesses, we are working a lot with rural non-farm entrepreneurs as well. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. So before I go exactly into what we're doing on the micro enterprise financing, I thought I'd take a couple of minutes to set the context and share some light on the group.
We can't hear you. Your voice kind of sort of went further away, so we can hear you very well. If you can readjust your position to the microphone, please.
Is this better?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, just before I go, coming back. So before I go into exactly what we're doing on micro enterprise financing, I thought I'd take a couple of minutes and, share some light on the context and the group of entrepreneurs that we work with. So the World Bank has been engaging with the government of India, on rural livelihoods and more specifically in the self-help group space. For the past 2 decades, we've supported the mobilization of poor rural women from disadvantaged communities into self-help groups. So this gave them an avenue to save and borrow through group lending approaches. And over the years, the SAGs were linked to banks that enabled members to access formal financing. In terms of broad numbers, we currently have about 5 operations at the national and state level. About 5.2 million SAGs have accessed $85 billion in loan over multiple cycles. Next slide. So the SAG platform has helped establish a base for financial inclusion in India, and more specifically for women. But our support to the program, there is a transition in our support to rural livelihoods, and we're now transitioning from basic savings and credits groups to supporting livelihoods. There's covering farm activities, non-farm, as well as the promotion of enterprises. So correspondingly, on the financial inclusion side, our work is moving from SAG bank linkage to support for individual entrepreneurs to individual nano enterprise loans. SAG members that have been affiliated with the program for some time and have demonstrated repayment capacity are supported to be able to access formal financing. Next slide. And then this is the last slide that I have on context, which is to discuss the opportunity that exists with this segment and what to show why there is need for entering this space. So what we've assessed over the past few years is that about 10% of women members that we work with run an enterprise and have enterprise financing requirements where the average loan size is about $1,800 US. This is, like a sizable demand from SAG members, but most of the financing to women happens through the group-based model. Here, the average size of the loan is, in some cases you'll see on screen, or less than half of what their requirement is. So there is this gender gap in micro enterprise financing, which has presented an opportunity to fuel rural enterprise growth. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the micro enterprise financing that we're supporting under our portfolio, builds on this SAG platform that we have. And the overall lending strategy is to be able to leverage internal group lending behavior. So women entrepreneurs that have borrowed from the group have demonstrated repayment capacity are now supported in accessing individual loans. These women don't have formal credit histories with banks, but what we're able to do is leverage their repayment history within the program and help them access formal financing. Similarly, the key success factor in this program is our ability to leverage partnerships that we've established with lending partners and banks. So, the work on the SAG bank linkage has seen success. Now banks are more amenable to lending to this segment if there is some backing from the national and state machinery. And lastly, what we're doing is, we're piloting risk sharing approaches, and I'll spend some more time talking about the digital architecture that we have there. But before that, what's in it for banks? We've set up this support structure that allows banks to extend credit to the segment of women entrepreneurs, but without the usual high cost that's associated with the segment. So there are community gathered on ground that generate these loan applications. They're familiar with these entrepreneurs and help facilitate that. There are enterprise finance professionals that are onboarded by the project that help with screening, do the initial credit assessment. And then we've been using ICT tools for conducting enterprise assessments, as well as there is a national level training architecture in place that ensures dedicated training and standardized training services for cadre and professionals working on this agenda. Next slide. So one of the approaches to micro enterprise financing is the case of blended finance with risk sharing that is currently being implemented in the state of Tamil Nadu under the Tamil Nadu Rural Transformation Project. We call this program the Matching Grant Program. So it's a loan product that's designed wherein about 30% of the credit requirement is given as matching grant from the project, and the remaining 65% is borne by banks. And there is a borrower's margin ranging between 10 to 15% that is, front end for uses margin money for business activity. The matching grant program is targeted at women and new to enterprise credit borrowers. So, in some cases, it need not be the women SAG member, but somebody in the household that operates an enterprise. We have a digital public infrastructure that's built. This serves as a lending marketplace that connects borrowers with the bank, and activities related to, high cost activities such as your post lending follow-up or repayment is, tracked and monitored through this digital platform. Next slide. Right. So, what is this digital public infrastructure that we've been talking about? So it's this in-house application or portal that's been developed that covers the end-to-end loan cycle, right from sourcing of the loan to repayment. We have community cadre that work on ground on the identification of entrepreneurs. So what they go out and do is identify entrepreneurs that have loan requirements. They collect basic profile information as well as details of the enterprise. This is populated into the application. And then the loan application is filled out on ground. An initial screening is conducted and the application is pushed to the state. Once the state staff get access to the loan application, initial screening assessments are done to understand whether the business loan proposal meets the credit requirements that the entrepreneur is asking for, and the credit screening is completed, populated into the portal, and the application is then sent forward to the bank. The banks then conduct their own internals, so they're able to access this portal. The banks conduct their screening, scrutinize loan proposals, following which loans are either sanctioned or rejected. In case of sanctioning, the loans are dispersed to the beneficiary along with blended funds from the project. And then the cadre on ground monitor the repayment activities, ensure that the loans are being used for the enterprise purposes. And lastly, the point that we've been advocating for is digital repayments throughout, digital repayment of the loan, as well as conducting of digital transactions. So digital repayment facilities are activated to ensure that all repayments are automatically deducted from the beneficiary bank account. This is a win-win situation both for the entrepreneur and the bank. The bank is able to extend this line of credit without the high cost of processing or follow-up on repayment. And then entrepreneurs are able to access individual credit at relatively lower costs from formal financial sources.
Okay, Pinto, you have 2 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Next slide, please. So just a quick, snapshot of where we are in the program. The project has been able to reach about 3,500 enterprises. 75% of these are by women. A total of $12.4 million has been disbursed, and the repayment rate is currently at about 97%. Next slide. So our last slide in terms of the way forward, what we've been proposing is we have a national level web portal wherein this digital flow is tracked, and there is a front-facing dashboard that allows different stakeholders to understand different aspects of the loan process. So, the lending as well as repayment rates, everything is tracked nationally. Similarly, while all cadre and professional have been trained by the project, it would be good to have some sort of certification and accreditation to ensure that training is standardized and there is sustainability in terms of quality of service delivery to borrowers. And lastly, because we've been advocating for digital repayments, digital transactions at the enterprise level, extending of cash flow based digital credit to these entrepreneurs would be the next step forward. I'll stop here, and if there are any specific questions, we can take them up during the Q&A.
Okay, thank you, Alorina. Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, before we go to the next, I would like just to highlight just one point of clarification. Maybe Amit can come in. And so the loan program that you described at the end, and you had the World Bank logo. So what is the connection between the World Bank and the loans to farmers, or is it done through the government itself? That's just more of a clarification about the process. But another related question. So obviously this is a rural finance story targeting one of the most important local groups, the self-help groups in India, a very substantial group, which are, this program tends to be connected to formal banking opportunities. Perhaps you mentioned that this is also extended not only to this group, but to individual entrepreneurs. So that might be another point for clarification. And after, maybe Amit, if you can come in maybe for 1 minute to answer these, and I would like to link it back to Maria before we go into next presentation. So Amit, over to you, please.
Sure. Thanks. So World Bank Group has two roles. One is the wholesale financer or funder of the program, and second is technical assistance. So both World Bank and IFC team provide on-ground technical assistance to the program in terms of training, capacity building, improving the IT architecture, plus partnerships with private sector lenders. As you would know, IFC especially has been a investor in a lot of banks in India, and that partnership is being leveraged to bring more players to the platform and make it more broader. That's one. Secondly, while this is at nascent stage, we are going beyond these individual nano enterprise financing to cover farmer collectives also, and enable financing for these farmer collectives through this platform as well. And very recently, one of the largest NBFCs who's focusing on farmer financing and farmer collective financing has come on board as a partner to do this.
Okay,
I'll pause there.
Thank you. If I may return to Maria for her first presentation, maybe just one question to link your presentation with Pinto's. So UNCDF operate in the same digital finance space, and as we heard from Pinto and Amit, there is a huge program on this in India. Can you clarify if UNCDF is working with the World Bank specifically on some projects? You mentioned that at the end, but perhaps you could elaborate maybe for 1 minute.
No, as is in the region, we are not having any specific collaboration directly with the World Bank. We do have collaborations in Africa, but not in Asia and the Pacific, no.
Okay.
If I may add, incidentally,
Yes.
Kunal sitting next to you is the common point. So Kunal and team works with us in some projects as they're working as Cropin with UNCDF in India. So maybe we can use them as a conduit to connect the dots.
Got it. Exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
thank you.
We end up oftentimes investing sometimes in or maybe sometimes we consider ourselves as more like smaller grants than the ones that the World Bank can provide. So preparing that pipeline of investments for others with deeper pockets, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. So just to link this discussion to the previous session, where we had a number of young entrepreneur co-founders who gave us their stories about their particular companies. And one of the issues we are looking at is how to scale up those successful startup enterprises. And of course, what UNCDF does and the World Bank are the kind of players who can bring this to scale. So we might have to come back to this during the discussion as time allows. Now, please allow me to turn to the third presentation. And now we go to Lao PDR and another interesting experience, still within the digital finance space. So I'm happy to dig deeper into this and also to bring the gender dimension as was discussed earlier. So without further ado, let me introduce Tim Sheffman, who is the CEO of LTS Ventures, based in Lao PDR. So he will tell us what LTS Ventures is and what it does, and speak about their specific experience with digital finance in Lao PDR. Tim?
Thank you very much, Aziz. As you can see on the presentation, LTS Ventures, we cover the space between the bamboo hut and the city. We cover the space between the rice field and the laptop. We were lucky enough to inherit a GIZ project that was Access to Finance that worked 10 years on establishing and maintaining village banks in Laos. Laos had a culture of village funds already. So it was more like, how can we digitize those village funds, that funds are not embezzled, that fraud is not taking place. And LTS Ventures built a platform, a digital platform that easily allows to detect fraud patterns, that allows to analyze data, build credit scores, and also help the village committees to make better loan decisions. As you can see on this slide, and also financial inclusion is a topic, on this page we can see like 6 women and 4 men. So the gender part we can also tick off. But it's more about capacity building on a very rural area. Those people received a training of about 6 months, 8 months to learn financial literacy. And as you can see, they're still writing in books that helps them to keep financial literacy knowledge alive. On the front, you can see our digital systems that helps to analyze the loan portfolio. We have about every day 10,000 transactions that help people to avoid poverty in Laos. We can say it's fully inclusive banking, not only from the rural areas, we are including them where there's no banking alternative at all, but also we have 27 ethnicities on our platform. People and communities who speak different languages have a different writing system than the normal Lao language. And the gender aspect comes also to the front. We have 51% of our account holders are women. And also the female participation in village bank committees that are elected in the villages from the villagers themselves are now we are at 40%. 240 women in village banks were asked, do you feel included? What benefits do you have from a village bank, from a community bank? And there you can see, number one reason is access to financial services. Number two is personal independence also, and to run a business. So we could see that the low capacity was our main hindrance in the rural areas. And we heard that before from other speakers as well. But they not necessarily know how to write a number in the right balance sheet field. Is it an asset? Is it a cash position? And so on. But after some times of training, they built this capacity. And we can see that women feel well integrated. They also participate in loan decisions. So our platform, again, it's providing a suggestion to the loan officers. We have loan credit committee on the village bank, and we are trying to achieve 50-50, 50% women, 50% men. Finally, also we can see after we build this capacity, the fruitful effects, why people want to have more loans. They very much focus on the revenue generating activities. We can see agriculture and breeding, small scale production and trade. These are the number one reasons why they want to have an extra loan. And this is where we can exactly help with our platform. So we are running the risk analytics and we are helping them to steer the business as well. We're talking about scaling, and we have different dimensions. One dimension is, of course, we have funds like UNCDF, IFAD, and so on, that are helping us also in financially weak areas or geographic areas to support those villages. And our platform has a special fund account in the balance sheet for that village bank, so that we can track funds, external funds, and even pay them back over time. We have the geographic dimension of scale, and we have established that system together with the help of many, like microfinance institution, banks. We are working together with mobile money providers, all have their part, and we are now in 6 provinces in Laos. We want to scale it up to at least 13 provinces. But then also we are looking at Southeast Asia, because there are similar structures in Cambodia and in Vietnam especially. The third dimension we are looking up into scale is the verticals. Do we grow or do we develop the platform purely financially? Do we offer bill payments, electricity payments, and so on? Or go we cross-topic, climate change? We received a grant from the Australian government to implement climate change information for farmers, which is also an FAO project. It's called SAMIS in Laos. And the third dimension we have is the financing of the agricultural value chain. We are discussing that with ADB right now. Can we bring the farmers to extend their value chain? Can we bring them to add additional knowledge, to build a cooperative, for instance, to start a rice mill and to export coffee themselves, to package coffee and export it themselves. So this is where we are right now. And interestingly, we have on all these dimensions, we have small pilot projects, and we are looking to scale it from there. In summary, I can say the village banking plays a very important part in Laos. We are able to compare villages with a village bank and without. And we see with a village bank, 10% less poverty is there in the rural area. We can see also that 90% on our platform are farmers. So we have 200,000 farmers roundabout, and they are using those funds, self-managed funds, for building their business further. Thank you very much for the opportunity to introduction this system.
Thank you, Tim. Very happy that you. Thank you. Very happy that you could join us and share with us this very interesting experience from our PDR. It really shows the range of country stories we have heard in this forum. This is a story of a village banks that grew out of a previous project. I'm particularly pleased to see the strong inclusion dimension, both ethnicity and rural as well as women. Obviously, this is a specific initiatives, not unlike the self-help groups of India, but the self-help groups of India is a much larger and more a deeper structure across much of rural India. But in this case, maybe just a couple follow-up questions for clarifications. This particular initiative in Lao PDR, the village banks, grew out of a project, a previous project, and built on it. So the question is it how sustainable it is if outside of, let's say, project funding or donor funding, how do you see this becoming kind of integral to rural finance in Lao PDR? And second related question, for very brief clarification, you mentioned that you are either planning or in the process of scaling this or replicating this in other South Asian countries. What do you think are the requirements for such locally based financing to take root and to take hold and to expand?
So for the first question is, we plan to further scale it with the Lao Women Union and also with Luxembourg Development. We're discussing right now. We have right now 21% of the rural funds, and we are planning to have at least 50 or 60% of the rural funds then on the platform that helps the villager themselves to manage their money. To your second question, what is required to scale into another country? First of all, the regulation is important. So we need to have a discussion with the central bank in that particular country, how important is financial inclusion and poverty avoidance. We can see globally, poverty increased during COVID, and it had a very bad impact on the sustainable development goal about poverty. So we believe this is a priority right now, especially in these harsh economic environments for every central bank: financial inclusion and poverty reduction. The second part is then from the communities themselves. Are they willing to commit to a village bank? Because it's their funds, their village bank that we are scaling then in the end.
Okay, thank you very much, Tim. Let's move to the next presentation. This time, I think we will shift gears somewhat in terms of the topic. So we actually covered very nicely in the first three presentations the whole digital finance space from three different perspectives: development, IFC, and then more of a localized, but still, potentially expandable initiative in developing countries like PDR, Lao PDR. Now we shift to still the topic of scalability and returning back to the digital innovations or digital ICT solutions that are developing at an accelerated pace across the agri-food and rural economy. And we go back to a private company, a successful one from India, Crop-In, to basically tell us how they have managed to scale up their services and what are their lessons that we can learn from them. So with that, I'm happy to introduce Kunal Prasad, who is the co-founder and Chief Operation Officer of Crop-In, based in India, but it's operating in many other countries. And his presentation will be, well, at least we have labeled it as Crop In, Building Partnerships in Digital Innovation Services. Kunal?
Great, thanks, Aziz. Good evening, everyone. While it's a great pleasure to come over here, learn about the several innovations that's happening, and it reflects the innovation that we started out back in 2010. It's a journey of 13 years that we have traversed, but it brings us back to the context that no, we have to reach to 540 million farmers across the world. We have to support them with the right technologies and the right solutions so that they can use them to effectively translate the way they are doing agriculture and transform the entire industry. We are seeing a trend where agriculture is going in a very, very challenging situation. Climate is acting in adverse way. We are seeing farmers moving out of agriculture, the cost of inputs going high, the cost of services increasing. And what's the solution for solving that? It's technology. It's efficiency across every single layer in agriculture, which can actually unlock that and make it much more sustainable. And that is something that Crop In has been trying to do for the last 13 years right now. So a journey of Crop In, basically, if the slide can move from the system there. Yeah, so if you see the journey of Crop In, what we have tried and done is that we have built the AgTech platform, which can be used by institutions across the value chain. And why we did not go from B2C and tried out with the B2B model is because we understood that every single organization has a footprint on the ground. They have the extension team, they have the field workers, they have their banking correspondents which are working and engaging with the stakeholders, but none of them are efficiently engaging in that particular way. And why don't we bring a technology where all of these value chain players can be embedded into a single technology stack and all of them can use the technology in that efficient manner. And that is where our first phase of the program, if you see initial years, was to build that SOP in agriculture. So when we went and started engaging with this private sector or public sector organization, they had a huge list of requirements that they wanted to start off from the very start, right? We want to do everything, but that's not possible. So what we have learned from our experience in the past is to start off what you can actually deliver and go step by step. And that's the SOP that we have developed for this particular sector. So you talk about digital agriculture, you talk about climate smart agriculture, you talk about risk-based solutions. We want to take them in a certain phase manner. As the organization started moving in the phase manner, the benefit that came back to them was that data was very, very structured. And they were able to create a data moat on which they could do further more innovations on top of that. And it was not only their data moat that was created, we were also trying to understand that for a customer, when we are bringing services, what are additional value additions that we can bring? Because every single year, the customer will ask you a question that what is the additional ROI that you're bringing for us? And that is where the phase third of Crop In came in, where we build our AI lab, which is more an initiative to leverage the data, build that intelligence and unlock several values that that same data can bring to the customer. It could be about climate smart advisory services, it could be disease early warning system, it could be forecasting systems for the particular private sector companies, it could be on sustainability, it could be on carbon, it could be on water management, a lot of that. But the fundamental premise that we were able to achieve was the real set of data sets that we could able to innovate. And at the end, what we have right now created for the industry is one single agriculture cloud. And that agriculture cloud basically unlocks the value for the customer in much more accelerated manner so that you do not have to learn and fail in this particular system. It can also unlock the value by not building multiple products for solving a problem, but bring it into a single integrated architecture. And this agriculture cloud actually brings innovation in such a way that you can build the data mode and then do fast innovations for solving your future problems as well as the current ones. Our applications in our systems are very, very structured. So we have 3 layers. First is the application layer. And when we talk about application layer, we give the applications, as I said, to all stakeholders. And the intelligence is also passed across the stakeholders. So from a farmer which is doing agriculture in this particular farm, we are able to advise the farmer what could be the right time for you to do the sowing. There could be a pest disease information that could be passed on. If the irrigation is required or not required, we pass on the information. When you go to the extension team, which is working with hundreds of farmers in his area, in his village, we provide the same set of intelligence, but we also aggregate the intelligence for him. So the user interface for those users becomes very different than what we have for the farmers. And similarly for the business, it aggregates so that the business are able to take much more quality decisions at the right time. And that is what we expect. It's not the farmers that can themselves take a decision, but if the business can take the decision and translate it back to every single farmer, the transformation happens in a much more faster pace. The second layer is more about integrating everything into one single place, the data hub, because if you have siloed information, and we have seen across in the sector that you have siloed information and you're not able to extract the intelligence on top of that. So what we're trying to do is on the data hub, we are bringing your data, but we are also bringing the learnings and the models from our global experience and embedding the data with that intelligence and bringing the insights on top of you. And that is where the crop in intelligence comes and plays that particular picture. So this particular crop in intelligence layer actually unlocks the value for banks, insurance companies, farming companies, as well as the government development sector to understand what's happening on a real-time basis and do it in a much more efficient manner. And I'll share a couple of examples on that. So this is our crop and value proposition right now. When we come as a private sector institution, our model is B2B. We have built the technology stack to give it to any institution and help them to work at speed, at quality, and at accuracy. And that, I think that is very, very important. If you experiment a lot with the farmer, the trust of the farmer on technology reduces, and then it's very, very difficult to again convince the farmer. It takes several years. But if you go the first time right, the adoption goes very high, and it's not only that particular farmer, but the entire village gets to use it, and then you're seeing the transformation much more faster pace. We are able to unlock the value, as I said. So from what the data sets that we have, it's a very curated data set that we create, and it's helping us to unlock the value. And as I said, so if you are working in a certain area, they would have multiple problem statements. How fast can you deliver that particular problem statement? Your TRL levels can move into production how fast, and that depends on what are the different underlying models that you have. And our proposition is that with the data that we have created, with our knowledge that we have created, we are able to deliver that at pace. These are some of the learnings and experiences, some of the sample. So we have been able to work on, for example, at a remote sensing, large area prediction model. When we go to the public sector or the private sector, we're able to get them at a country level scale. What is the current situation of agriculture right now? Which means for a country like Kenya, which you're talking about the food balance sheet right now, they're struggling to understand what will be the corn production, maize production this year. Will they have to import the corn? How much fertilizer has to be subsidized and put into the agriculture system? So on those larger initiatives where millions of dollars are invested, we are able to give the intelligence back to those organizations. We are able to also work on insurance program. We are able to help them in terms of financial linkage and several other projects as well. So our partnership model that we deliver is, again, efficiency has to be there, not only in our customers' engagement, but also in our partnership. We work with system integrating partners. We work with large development organizations, for example, the World Bank, and the UN, several UN organizations, USAIDs, and the donor organizations. We work with a lot of private sector organizations because what we fundamentally understand is a long-term sustainability can happen when the private sector comes and uses the technology, and we are quite focused on that as well. And we do work on a lot of organizations which are also working on sustainability and the development of the farming sector, NGOs and the partners like that. Some of the experience quickly I'd like to share, very interesting ones. We have started working with in Mexico. It's like the federal bank in Mexico, whose job is to invest billions of dollars into agriculture transformation. And those dollars are invested into financial sectors, into insurance, into crop value chain, so that all of them can leverage technology. And what they're doing fundamentally right now is they're building, as we know, the stack, right? So they are talking about an data and intelligence exchange platform where you can build the intelligence, bring the services to the different stakeholders. They can consume at a much faster pace and take those decisions. If the federal bank is lending to the rural banks or the private banks, they should be in a position to lend it to the farmers much more efficiently. And they are trying to build that ecosystem, the platform for them. We are trying to implement, that's a year, it's a program that's going to come out soon in a year's time. We have also built agriworthiness model, because if you see, smallholder farmer financing is always challenging. Either you talk about a farmer financing or a cooperative or a SHG financing, the model still remains the same. At unit economic, it should work out. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to find that plot level intelligence and understand that what is the worth of that particular plot, which means what is the worth of the farmer as well. If the farmer is a good farmer, he is doing good agriculture, the risk of lending to the particular farmer is less. And that's the context at which we come out. And then you can have other information about what's the ecosystem around that, what are the infrastructures around that, which can also reduce your secondary level of risk for the banker to come and lend. And these type of lending models are quite widely used in countries across in any other parts as well. We implement, as I said, unlocking the value. So we are working with the government of India's largest insurance program. It actually like lends insurance to close to 25 million farmers every single season. The government initiative last 4 years was to transform their manual method of doing crop cutting experiment, yield estimation, and then doing the settlements. It actually delayed the process of giving the insurance to the farmers in a much delayed manner. We are now moving that into completely AI and remote sensing based assessment, so that even a month in advance we are able to identify what will be the yield, and at the time of yield we are able to identify where the risks are there, and if in certain areas which we call as gram panchayat, if the yield is lesser, we are able to translate that back and the insurance company are able to pay that on time. So which means that it's not only the public sector which is getting empowered, it's also the farmers which are getting the right service at the right time. If their crop is failing, they're getting that benefits in a much faster manner. So that's the power of technology in transforming the entire sector and also at scale. As I talked about, this is also a food balance sheet, which we're working in 2 countries in Africa, trying to understand that what's the current situation right now, because especially in Africa, climate is coming in a very adverse manner, and production is reducing, input costs are going high, farmers are moving out of agriculture, and for every single pixel we have to identify how are the farms performing, and that's what is something that we're working on. Again, as you create values, the current value proposition is how do you do it sustainably? Can we do regenerative agriculture? Can we incentivize the farmer if they're doing regenerative agriculture practices? Can we do carbon modeling? So we are working on some of these things, and especially larger organizations which are focused on terms of sustainability are driving that focus right now. And as the learning comes, then we translate this learning into smaller organizations as well as the government and development sector. The impact of solutions has to be certainly there. Impact for the businesses are there in terms of clear ROI from the investment that they bring in technology, and we are seeing a continuous value proposition that is created for them. The second ROI is also for the farmers, farmers which are getting directly benefited through a program. For example, this is a report of the World Bank project that we did in India, and we have seen that 32% reduction increase happen in terms of 38% in terms of income, 32% in terms of 31% in terms of crop production increase happened. And then the farmers are interested, they are very much interested to participate and continue that particular initiative. And if the program is ending, then some of the farmers are still saying that we will be able to pay the particular project, the cost of the program, and let's continue that. So I think there's a very positive intent of people who have experienced the right solutions. And I think as private sector and request from the development sector and the government is to use this innovation, leverage that at pace, take it to the farmers and to different value chain partners so that we can transform the sector in a much more fast manner. And that's what something Cropin is doing, and very happy to partner with all of you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kunal, for this very rich presentation about a very successful and experienced agri-tech company based in India. So we're going to open for questions very quickly, but I do want to follow up with you from some points of clarification. This is an excellent example of an agri-tech company that provided a range of services. This is a B2B or business-to-business structure. Can you very quickly clarify what accounts for Cropin's success in replicating its services to other countries? Is it because of the way you targeted your target audience is well defined, but of course present everywhere, and they have the same needs? Can you elaborate on your capacity to not scale up, but to replicate your services across many countries?
Yeah, I think as we started growing outside, I think replication was easier because the problem statement was not very different, right? And everywhere, be it developed country or developing country, the problem statement still remains the same. We have to create an asset. Asset has to be unlocked. There are 3-4 areas you provide them inputs, you provide them advisories, you give them finance, and you take them to the markets. I think this fundamental pretext of agriculture is very consistent, but the challenge of agriculture is also very consistent, that none of the places we have very structured data sets. None of the places we have collaboration between different participants. And when we talk about challenges, it's coming also in a very consistent manner, right? So for example, climate change was not a challenge, but in 2015, we were working with hundreds of organizations and never people were talking about climate change. But then suddenly this particular problem came and everyone is talking about this. Now suddenly the problem of sustainability come and everyone is talking about it, right? So I think the challenges comes in phases and everyone experiences that. And that is something that we are able to unlock, is that when we are doing a work in some places, it is not only a problem of that particular place, it is replicable all across. And I think when you talk about replicability, for us, when we build a technology, the way that we build was to also think about, can we really service the entire world, right? It's the fundamental way of thought process of the organization. It's the architecture. It's the right question that we ask, should we develop this or not? And keeping the broader things in perspective, if we take the right decision, I think we are able to unlock that at pace.
Thank you. Another very quick question on the last slide where you presented some results of the impact, positive impact on income, livelihood, I think from the work related to the World Bank. You mentioned the number of 38% increase in income. That increase was in relation to what change?
So this was a project that we're doing in Jharkhand, and this was mostly compared to the project area was around 30,000 smallholder women farmers. And then we had the other farmers in the villages, which was also kept as target farmers to evaluate. So this evaluation was done by 60 Decibel, a very reputed international research organization. And we compared within the same ecosystem. It was not a farmer of some other place that was compared. The same farmer growing the same crop, but not a part of the project. And that's where we realized that the 38% was a clear benefit between those two farmers.
Okay, thank you. Let me then open the floor for questions from the audience. If you have any question for Maria, UNCDF, or Pinto from the World Bank, or Kim from LTS Ventures, or Kuna from Cropin, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Mohammed Bukhari. Can somebody quickly pass a microphone to Mohammed? I think the microphone is coming, or two. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I have a question for Kunal.
Can hear you. Can hear you.
Is that any better? I have a question for Kunal. Kunal, great presentation, very inspiring. We're sort of in a similar field, and it's really quite amazing to see what you guys are doing in building a global platform. One question that I had was, you mentioned structured data sets, right? Particularly at the early stage when you were starting out, to what extent did sort of public-private partnerships or publicly available data sets help you? Or did you actually have to, for example, go in India and digitize land boundaries yourself and things like that?
Yeah, I think initially we had to invest a lot in terms of creating those data sets. It was not available. And currently also when we have public source data sets, it's a challenging question for us to, if you put the data into the model straight away, it gives you wrong results and the correlations don't happen. So we have to do a lot of cleaning activity. I think that's a part of the process. But yeah, compared to what we had previously available, I think that now the public sector data sources are much more improving. It's much faster pace. And the quality is also improving, but we have to be cautious about how do you really ingest that into your pipelines.
Okay, any other questions from the audience? Yes.
So this question is an open question. Basically, when you talk about successful digital innovations to be scaled up, and it has to be more inclusive. So I am a little afraid that we haven't much talked about more from the gender perspective, especially from the tools which is available from the digital finance tools towards to the community. So how it would be helpful. So is it okay for any of the panelists to answer back or to reflect on this aspect? Yeah.
Aziz,
Okay.
I'm happy to take that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So the example that Kunal gave about the Jharkhand World Bank project, there the core beneficiary of the entire program is women farmer. So it's a women household-led farmer supported approach. And all these interventions also on ground are facilitated through a community cadre who happens to be a women from the same village. So there is, that's our core focus in Jharkhand. And the presentation which Alrina made specific to Tamil Nadu, There again, since this is women self-help groups, 100% of the intervention segment target is gender, and 70% of the loan primary borrower is women, and there are 30% where it goes to male, but the women is the co-borrower or the household. The business is at the household level where women plays an equal role. So from our side, I would say this is the core of our interventions.
Okay, thank you very much. And indeed, actually, it was very heartening to see in the presentations, which were built around digital finance, the strong gender dimension, especially from the India presentation, but also from Law PDR presentation as well, I'm sure. So that perhaps lead me, yes.
If I may add.
Yes,
Aziz,
Maria,
if I
go
have
ahead,
time,
please.
Just very quickly. I mean, for the examples that I presented from UNCDF are just part of a greater effort. So when we do support countries with this or bringing up these types of solutions, what we actually do is we employ a market systems development approach that has different pillars of work. One is in policy, another one is in open digital payments ecosystem, another one, the third one is in innovation. Most of the things that you saw during this presentation was on the innovation, and the last one is in skills development. Now, when we provide or when we are crafting the plans and identify the different interventions that we're going to do, we do conduct a very thorough analysis of all the market constraints that are preventing those that are most left behind from using these digital innovations, and these women are very much at the center. So we look very careful at the policy and environmental regulatory environment and say, okay, this is what KYC requirements, for example, most oftentimes women are less likely to have or to meet those KYC requirements. So how can we address that with the regulator? Then in open digital payments ecosystem, as well as the innovation part, we do work very closely with the private sector's partners and look at what are those constraints that prevent most women to access these types of innovations. For example, and not everything is about digital, right? A lot of the things oftentimes comes about maybe the providers not knowing exactly what is it that women are actually need based on their life cycles, or their mothers, or they're pregnant, and what can we meet with the services that we are providing those needs according to their different life cycles and economic realities. And last but not least, in the part of skills, very, very important, because and very, very important also to look at carefully what are those needs of women. Oftentimes they're most behind in terms of basic literacy and basic financial and literacy and digital literacy. So how can we bring up the gap? One last but not least, and I think this is very important, one of the biggest barriers from women from actually participating in the digital economy, not only KYC requirements, etc., but it's also affordability of devices and the fact that they are not able to access, to own a mobile phone. And so how can we make that better? How can we make that or address that specific constraint when it comes to including them in a meaningful manner in the digital economy? Over.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria. We have a few more questions. I'll go to the earlier one. I think this one, this was back to the presentation. I think it's for Kunal. It's about India. The question is, how will this digital agricultural application being used in India, where the farms are really small? So in other words, how adapted are these services to small-scale farmers? so the second layer of your beneficiaries, and what data are being used?
So I think the challenge is not about from a technology to address the problem of a smallholder farmer, right? The needs of the smallholder farmer remains the same. So we talk about that the farmers would need advisory services. So be it a half-acre farm or a 5-acre farm, the way technology connects and solve the problem is almost very, very consistent, right? We know the location of the particular farm, we know what the crop is growing, we know the weather conditions, we have the models running on the back end, it'll trigger the information and the advice will go to the farmer. The challenge is on the smallholder farmers is how do you really help the farmer to adopt that particular solution? Because the risk for a smallholder farmer is much higher than a largeholder farmer. The access to information and intelligence is much lesser available with him. So the model of aggregation or intervention through a certain intermediary on the ground could be like a ERP or LRP or extension worker, which the farmer trusts. And that person actually then helps them to leverage that data and intelligence to actually translate that into practicing on the ground. I think that is where the gap is. The gap is not about technology reaching to smaller farmers. It can be done easily, but it's all about how do you take the farmers in that particular journey in a much more faster manner, and the work done by the representatives on the ground from both the development partners as well as from the private sector is very, very important in making the translation happen.
Okay, thank you. We have a few more questions, but if there's any question from the floor, yes, please go ahead.
This question is to either Pinto or Amit. In your presentation, you mentioned, can Pinto or Amit hear me?
I can't hear you very well. Can you?
This question is to Amit and Pinto.
Okay.
Can they hear me?
Yes, this is for Amit and Ali.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So you mentioned the lending platform is a DPI. What do you mean by that? Who can use it? What does it take to use it?
So there can be, the good question, there can be different interpretations. What we mean by this, that this is a platform which has been developed at public good cost and is managed by the government, the federal government, wherein the partner banks have plugged in and neither the bank nor the customer is charged for the services provided by the platform.
Okay, I mean, for a typical user to come on board, right? Let's say I'm a regular farmer. Now, how can I be given loans? Who is the facilitator? DBS is basically a technology, but how does somebody use it?
Yeah. So there was a slide on this. There is a field cadre facilitator, a woman who resides in the particular village. She is very well connected with the local residents there. Either the residents can approach her or she goes house to house to identify right set of farmers, borrowers. She captures their information. It's all phygital, human assistance, and push it is to a layer above, which develops the credit proposal based on certain criteria, engine routes, and pushes this information to formal financial institutions. So there is on-ground facilitation to make this happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Let me turn the discussion to Maria from UNCDF. Can you tell us if your programs on digital finance target SMEs specifically, and agri-tech would be part of that group, since much of the discussion in this forum was about agri-tech innovations or initiatives. We've heard examples of some rather successful ones this morning, but we are very much interested in how finance-oriented institutions, being development or being UN or being IFC, can actually provide a kind of financing facilities to help develop these new generation of agri-tech startups in order to fuel the digital agricultural transformation.
Yeah, absolutely. So historically, Aziz, UNCDF worked in this space or started working in this space with financial inclusion, but more and more the financial system got digitized, and at the time, most of our partners or most of the private sector partners that we used to support either through technical assistance or grants or loans or guarantees were actually financial institutions, right? Now, with the digitalization of the financial sector, more and more our partners are becoming different types of partners. This includes, of course, developers of agri-tech solutions, marketplaces, digital marketplaces for farmers, for example, e-commerce platforms, etc. So yes, a lot of our partners right now do that. And if you're interested, or are agri-tech or developers of agri-tech solutions, and if you're interested in learning more, we usually, how we select our partners at country level is usually through competitive processes, through either challenge funds or open requests for applications where they can, where we can, for example, we call for, okay, there is a specific challenge that we want to solve, for example, bringing more of these types of services to women, to respond to the question of the also the previous person that asked the question, or for more smallholder farmers, or we want to develop something around climate risk adaptation, things like that, right? And so we get these applications, and then that's how we allocate the resources of the fund for grant making. Then if they're interested in other types of financing mechanisms, we like loans, guarantees, etc. We also we do it through other types of requests for applications. It's not usually through a challenge fund, but we also partner a lot with other UN agencies that are working to already with these private sector partners that are building or providing technical assistance, if you want, to these private sector partners, but they don't have the capacity to deploy these types of financial instruments. So we basically join forces with them to bring this catalytic finance to their programs and help them to further develop. So basically relying on our UN agencies sisters to build that pipeline of investable partners. Over.
Okay, thank you very much. Any hand up at this point? Okay, I have just a couple more questions, both for Kunal, but also will tell to Tim. Kunal, you mentioned in your presentation your AgriStack program. If we have to, let's say, replicate that, that program initiatives or in another country, let's say Cambodia, we have a representative from Cambodia here, and they are also developing their own digital agriculture infrastructure. What would be the requirement for such a system to take place, and what are the prerequisites for its success? I know it's quite developed in India and in developing, and there are other examples in other countries. So tell us a little bit about the prerequisites for the AgriStack to take hold and to be an effective instrument for linking the agri-tech startup innovation suppliers, developers with the target beneficiaries along the agri-food space.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. So the way the AgriStack would be developed and that will be replicated would be primarily on the similar guidelines. Like, you'll have the farmer registry, you'll have the crop registry, you'll have the plot registry. This is the fundamental asset and the real-time knowledge about what's happening in the particular farm. If this stack can be made to deliver this particular service, it can unlock the value for the entire ecosystem. The second thing is about the knowledge base, which either the local governments may have the local knowledge base, or you can source it from international organizations, the One CGI system and several other organizations, the FAO inclusive. We can build the localized knowledge into that particular repository, and then we can localize the knowledge to provide that services to that particular farmer. So from a stack perspective, what we do is it's on a cloud platform. So you can either use the same cloud platform or move it from AWS to a GCP or to Azure, or you can put in your local infrastructures. The system remains the same. You bring in your data from the existing systems that you have, And then the systems are created in such a way that you can open up the systems for integration to other stakeholders. So from a government to bring the system into their local use cases, the good thing is that several use cases have already been solved. We will have to fine tune the model based on that particular country, which may be a 6-month or a year process, but it can give you faster delivery. They have to also be ready with the different stakeholders that will be involved in that. So you want to unlock financial linkage initially, you want to get into like digital services on advisory, you want to go into like insurance programs. So it depends on what you want to unlock. But from a use case perspective and from the ease of replication, I think the government can really do that. There is a certain investment that will be required, the cost of development, the cost of proprietary knowledge sharing for a perpetual licensing with the government, the cost of support. And I think it's not a cost, actually, it's a return on investment that they should feel, because the investment that they will do to develop something on their own will have their own learning curve. It's good to replicate and use something that's already available. The good thing also is that there are several other ecosystem successful models, like financing models are there, insurance delivery model, private sector models are there, or local startups with their own countries would be there. So they can easily ingest and share their knowledge back into the system, into the data hub, and also procure it back. And I think if that system can be developed, the pace of innovation can be much more accelerated.
Thank you, Kunal. We have 2-3 more minutes left on our precious session, but I want to turn to Tim and back to the question of government ownership of these initiatives. One of the guiding principles of our work on the Digital Village Initiative, it has to be government-led and government-owned. Can you elaborate in less than a minute, how is this digital banks initiative that you are supporting as a third party enabler, what is the role of the government, and how can it be integrated into rural finance or rural development in Lao PDR?
Yes, okay, 1 minute. Okay. The government plays an important role. In Laos, with our system, for instance, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce on the district level has an office, and they are the auditors of the village banks. So for the general central bank, that topic and to go so rural is very difficult. We also have 42 banks they have to supervise. But then on the very rural area, the district offices, when they fulfill their audit role, they play a very important part, because they know the villages, they know what is happening. And especially that's under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, helps also to spur the business development in those villages.
Okay, very good, thank you. Perhaps time for one last question from the audience. Otherwise, I'll ask the last question that I have. Back to Kunal again. This is a very straightforward question. I think it was from somewhere from the audience, either live or online. There are many big players in the digital ag market, like DASF, Bayer, and etc. What is your plan? I think they said, what is their plan? Meaning, what is your plan to compete, collaborate with them? Compete or collaborate with them, the big players, who are in the digital ag market space, like BASF, Bayer, and others. Syngenta.
So we are actually collaborating. So likes of Syngenta, as I said, the way we have to engage with them is to leverage their strength, leverage your strength, and create that ecosystem or the value proposition to evolve. In fact, with Syngenta, they also have a set of tools that they use internally. They also have a set of tools that they use from our platforms, and they smartly leverage the power of both the technologies to get the best value out of the system, right? So this is something that we have seen as an example. We also partner with large organizations, for example, the likes of Google's, which are doing innovation and in a very, very different transformational manner. Like, how do you really think about Earth as a scale of how do you bring technology at that level, right? So we are trying to build models at that level. So we are seeing a lot of participation from very large organizations like the Googles and the Microsofts of the world as well. And we are seeing a lot of work also happening from public sector as well, a lot of initiatives around that. But I think the model of success is about getting the strengths together, putting the right value proposition, creating the right solution, and taking it to market. And we are seeing a lot of collaborations happening on that.
Thank you very much. This brings to an end this very lively and very stimulating presentation. Also brings to the end of the forum. I'm happy to notice that we have actually improved on time management. So we are concluding exactly on time. We learned from the experience from yesterday. So I think today we did well. I would like to thank, and please join me in thanking our panel, Maria Perdomo from UNCDF, Alrina Renita Pinto and Amy Tarora from the World Bank, Tim Sheffman from LTS Ventures, and Kunal Prasad from CropIn. Please join me with a round of applause for these panelists. Thank you. Okay, please. I'm going to ask my co-conspirator in this venture to come and join me for a final, but I promise a very short wrap up. Because there is coffee break after this, so after we finish with a little bit of a summary on the forum, then we all go for a coffee break. And hopefully those of you who are not absolutely pressed in time, please stick around again for a little bit so we can finally shake hands and connect properly. Especially those who came from afar. We are very, very happy that you're all here together. So without further ado, Ashish and I, the co-conspirator in this forum, we would like to share with you just some highlights without burden you with too much information on what happened in the last 2 days in this forum. Obviously, we realize how rich all of the presentations and all of the contributions were. We wish we had like 3 days so we can extend ourselves and have more time for perhaps even more interventions or more discussion. But I think we really have. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we will go very briefly without going into the detail. So this forum, actually, which is now a regular event. Hopefully, next time we're not going to wait for 3 years. We can do it even faster. But I think we are building a network, and we are actually showing what FAO and ITU are doing respectively as per their mandate. So perhaps if we can go through very briefly what we did. So I'm going to ask the Secretariat to assist me with the slides. Oh, no, actually I can do it. I think I can do it, right? Yes, okay. So I think we all started out with the big picture. So the inaugural was quite substantive. We had our ADG who obviously re-emphasized the critical priority FAO is giving to digitalization as a fundamental driver of the agri-food transformation and the rural transformation, which is a core of our business. Obviously, FAO is commitment to this is translated into some important initiatives like the new science and innovation strategy, which falls into this, and of course the Digital Village Initiative, which I introduced yesterday. And of course for ITU, maybe Ashish can elaborate on the first opening shots.
Thank you, Aziz. So yes, of our respective mandates, and that's why we gel so well together in the UN family. Then we shifted to Madam Okuda, who was the regional director of the ITU, and then we spoke about the importance of connectivity that has come. Still 2.6 billion people remain offline, and then how we can bring in a sustainable digital transformation, leveraging on the whole of government approach. And as FAO's Digital Village Initiative, ITU has Smart Village and Smart Island Initiative. We are cooperating and spoke about that and how the artificial intelligence, IoTs, and so on are trying to address some of the challenge. I mean, we saw several use cases over the days, so that was really nice to know. Perhaps that was and some of the challenges relating to privacy, security, data reliability, ethical concentrations, and so on.
Yes.
So yeah,
Okay.
Aziz.
Yeah, we also had at the inaugural a very interesting intervention from our chief economist, and the only reason I mentioned that because the digital transformation or digital work we do here in Asia Pacific is a part of our global interest. But what came out of that presentation is the leadership that Asia and Pacific is taking in this field in relation to other regions. So I think we are showing the way in many ways because we have so much dynamism with respect to digital transformations across the region from South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. And this builds into much global interest. So whatever we actually show here can actually be quite beneficial and replicable in Africa and other parts of the world. So this was the first part, but then we went into the country's interventions, which was very rich. And we were very happy to take the time. It was a 1 hour intervention from 4 countries, including Cambodia, but also China and Pakistan and Indonesia. Each gave a very interesting summary of where the country is in their digital transformation strategies in relation to rural, in relation to agriculture, and in relation to their digitalization in general.
Thank you, Aziz. And we had NBTC, the National Broadcasting and Telecommunications Commission, that spoke about the digital transformation initiatives that's going on, the pilot projects, and how technology can drive agriculture.
Excellent. And then we move into, we're going to be very brief. We move into session by session. Now we delved into specific applications. I think session 2 was about digital solutions. So if you can go to, or I can go to, okay. Right. Session 2, basically now obviously we could only accommodate a small number of very interesting applications that are taking place that we have documented in our DVI platform. There are hundreds of really interesting innovations and solutions and agri-tech and startups all over the map. From South Asia to East Asia. We only included 4, but it was a very interesting presentation by Digital Green Foundation in India, and of course Nabil Alam from Pakistan, an Ian farmer, provided. We tried to cover as many topics or areas within the agri-food as we can. So I think water is a critical issue, and digitalization has a great potential there. We move into maybe outside of the field of agriculture with Alisa Vangne on biome, but this shows that the digital technologies reach across a vast set of sectors. And of course, we also had an interesting example from Korea, from Kwon Myong on smart livestock management. And we know how advanced Korea, Japan, and that part of the world in smart technology as well. So that was session 2, and then we moved to session 3. So we moved to session 3.
Thank you so much, Aziz. And that was about tech startups, and a very interesting session where we heard about what we are doing as a country. And Korea gave examples of how they are promoting innovation and how they are, and I really like the 3-year plan, 20 months plus 3 years plan to promote startups. And then we have Professor Wei, who spoke about digitalization and how China in Zhejiang province is going through that. Thanks to Mr. Rathasari, who spoke about the how international financial organization can support tech startups. I mean, how can they build over these areas? And finally, we had Mr. Shrikant Rupavataram, who spoke about ICRISAT's Innovation Hub and how they're supporting innovation. So this was really good. And what came out was a journey that has progressed a bit. It's not just about setting up parks, but it's much beyond. It's hand-holding to take it a little bit forward and to reach a point where it can scale up. Thank you. Next, please.
Excellent. Actually, the first three sessions, the first one, session one on digital agricultural strategies by government officials, followed by the sample of digital solutions from across the region, and then the following session going into more startup support to startup and digital ecosystem building. All of those components were integral to our Digital Village Initiative. So we left the presentation of Digital Village Initiative to the end of the day so that you had enough background. Obviously, this is the work that has a very important initiative for FAO, and our regional office here in Bangkok is really leading the way, as you could see. We have had a footprint in a dozen countries over the last 2 years with very rich collaboration in various countries, which were actually reflected upon by the panel, both from Thailand and from China and Vietnam and, well, Indonesia also, but it wasn't reflected. So we presented an overview of the Digital Village Initiative, which is our core way of dealing with digital agriculture and providing support at the countries, and introduced for the first time our new, yet to be released publicly, digital knowledge platform, or DVI knowledge platform, which is ambition to document hundreds, if not 1,000, digital innovations and initiatives from across the region once it is public. And we count on you and others who are joining or could join to use it, learn from it, and contribute to it. We'll come back to it when it's ready for official launch.
Thank you. So that was the end of yesterday. And then this morning we spoke, the context was about Pacific Islands and ITU Smart Village, Smart Island initiatives. And we started with, actually we changed the order a little bit. We started with the Smart Islands Vanuatu, where they spoke about in a very remote area how technology is bringing about a change and leading to agricultural solutions that is community-led. That was the beauty of it. It was innovation from grassroots level. Once we provide the technology and skill, what they can do. Then we had our colleague from FAO, SAP office, the Pacific office, and spoke about the digital agri-food systems and how we can address the divide, the gender divide, which is a very important element. And then a very concrete example of how UN family works. In PNG, Papua New Guinea, my colleague Kanagat, where FAO, ITU, UNCDF, ILO, and UNDP are working together. It's a very remote area. And our colleague from Department of ICT PNG is also here, where the technology is being deployed to not only impact the 3 value chains, but actually both FAO and ITU, we are looking at scaling it out to a DVI and smart village kind of an initiative. And this was followed by a presentation by IFAC. As you know, it's they have very good programs in the Pacific, and we really thank Tamara and Nicodomo. And our moderator, who is just John, Mr. Awan, Ajmal Awan, who was here for this purpose. Next, please.
Excellent. And then after that, we went into a most interesting session, session 6, on youth entrepreneurship and agri-tech startup. And we focused on a number of young co-founders or founders of very successful agri-tech companies, enterprises from 5 countries. It was extremely helpful and informative. Now, this particular session is part of a large study that FAO is undertaking in the region that focuses on analyzing the agri-tech startup ecosystem development in the region, with focus on a number of countries. So this research is ongoing, and we wanted to give an early flavor of the type of cohorts or targeted individuals or companies we are targeting in this study. So we were very happy to have 5 very bright and informative young who shared the stage with us, and it was quite an interesting lineup, and we were very happy with that. And finally, just now, the last session that we just organized. Initially, this session was set up to focus on, this session initially was split into 2 sessions. One on anything related to digital finance and inclusion, including gender inclusion, which is an important topic. And then the last one would be just what will take to scale up innovations. So scaling up in investment is an important area, and we combined them. So we actually managed to hit both at the same time, and also have a good level of discussion around inclusion, especially gender. So I think with this, we came to a conclusion. Obviously, we're going to take lessons from this forum in terms of how it was structured. We did not have a formal evaluation, which we could have, but I think you have our contacts, and we will be very happy to hear from you, both those who are present live, but also those who've joined us on and off virtually through Zoom, and those who actually have joined us, but perhaps we don't track who they are during the, through YouTube streaming. So we will put together a report, a very detailed report, proceedings on this, and we'll share it with all of the attendees, including the presentations and a number of photos. Obviously, we took photos.
So, Aziz, thank you very much. I have nothing further to add, except that while we are telling the story, we must acknowledge our storyteller, Mr. Mohammad Reza Hussam. Thank you very much for all your support, who has been working on, getting the information and writing the report, and he'll be working on the report with us towards this. So a big thank you to you, and over to you, Aziz, to start the closing.
So you started the thank you, so I'm going to have to. Yes. So I want to thank everybody, especially the team behind, all of that team that did all of the secretariat, the managing all the presentations. I think this worked quite well. The IT work, the hotel team is outstanding. So this was very, very successful. And even though we had just a short period of time to plan, 1 month or so, we were kind of nervous, but I think it went well. So I really ask all of you to join me with a round of applause for the team behind that helped us with the show, including, of course, the FAO team who supported me. So thank you very much. I think with this, we will close. Thank you so much. Please stick around for a little bit so I can finally have a chance to shake hands with some of you, and then have a coffee before you leave. But otherwise, we will stay in touch, and we will share with you the proceedings and the presentation. And of course, we will keep in touch for any future events.
Yeah. From my side, I just ditto what he had said, and just to thank FAO. Great partnership. This has been continuing in many, many areas. And to exhibitors who are there, who have come, we hope that this was useful, and we can scale it out further, much bigger. And now that we are back from COVID, and we look forward to having everyone again. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you too. Okay, this event is adjourned. Thank you very much. Okay, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Finally.